7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And, Doug, you're not happy this morning. We've got rain, and we've got a Cardinal game that was supposed to be a win but became a loss, and you would like to hold people accountable and call for jobs.
That's not why I'm so upset. The first thing I did today was spill hot chocolate on my top.
Oh, I like that when a guy calls his shirt a top.
My top.
Shows me that he's a bad boy.
Yeah, I've got
If you take that off, would you be topless?
Nice.
No, I got something underneath it.
Okay. Hot
Just to hold
chocolate.
the girls in place, but yeah.
That doesn't sound real healthy,
It dribbled right down the front of my shirt. First thing.
June 4th, hot chocolate. Kind of surprising.
Yeah,
but
well.
I don't want to food shame.
No, I can always drink hot chocolate. Can't drink coffee, but hot chocolate, yes, please. But now it's all over me.
Nutrition value of hot chocolate, Doug, please.
Probably next to nothing.
Okay.
Next to nothing.
I think it's probably got negative return.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not good. Not good. So I won't be much good to use today.
And that's not because of the Cardinal loss or the weather conditions in the St. Louis metropolitan area. It's because of you spilling hot chocolate on yourself.
On my top. Yeah.
Take off your blouse, Doug. That's from Minute Bowl eligible, and they're ready to go in the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. They're also active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. You can see Doug's stained top by going to youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can call into this presentation. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Last night, would you like to hear what I did, Doug? I know you do.
Well, sure, yeah.
Because we were supposed to be out of town and then called an audible at the last minute with the conditions in Denver, Red Rocks would have been freezing. So we stay in town, and my wife's like, I still want to feel like we're on vacation. Can we go out to a nice dinner? And I said, why, yes, sister. Why, yes, sister.
You said why, yes. Okay.
Does Steak and Shake take reservations, Doug?
The Steak and Shake just to the south of St. John Vianney, patron saint of the Peach Fuzz Mustache.
Is that still there? I feel like there's more billboards for Steak and Shake
than there are
actual locations. Yes.
Yeah, they probably sell you the whole building if you ask nicely.
You get a franchise for $10,000. There's billboards all over town.
I gave a potpourri of options, and then she goes, you know what, I'm kind of feeling sushi. And I said, all right, sounds good. So we went to that Indo. You ever been to Indo?
No.
I feel like Papers might be the only person who has gone to Indo, but I forgot you don't like fish.
Not a fish man.
Sounds like a Clayton place with just one name, one word.
Tower Grove.
Okay.
And so we went down there, had a wonderful feast, and returned just in time for the start of the Cardinal game. I'm salved in and enjoying the ball game, and it gets to 7-2. And I thought we have a rare night where my in-laws are watching our two children. We can hang out and watch a program that little Jackie Papers here has recommended to me, Mountainhead.
Oh, the new movie, the Jesse Armstrong movie?
Jesse Armstrong, Doug.
Succession.
Okay.
He created Succession.
Okay. Yeah,
This is his latest vehicle?
Yes.
Steve Carell.
Yeah, Steve Carell. I'm watching it tonight with my girlfriend, so fired up.
All right.
Been waiting for her.
So that's where I was. The Cardinals have got the win. I'm going to retire to my chambers, watch the film with my wife. We get 15 minutes in, and I'm already out. I'm gone at 9 o'clock. I mean, you can check my Whoop stats. You want to check my Whoop stats?
No,
I'll post them. Strange low recovery for.
Yeah.
So I sleep from 9 to 5. Wonderful. I wake up and I go, "What the hell happened?" What was a 7-2 surefire win becomes a debacle. And really, while it was disappointing to lose the series in Texas, those are going to happen. This is the first time in a while, maybe I'm off the mark on it, that the Cardinals have had one in the bag, and then they lost it. There were a couple of near misses, not in Texas, but before with some games that they could have / should have won, had runners in scoring position to win. This one's the first one where you go, hold on a second,
Yeah, it was ugly. Very ugly.
Palante, Mats.
Royals got a bunch of 2-out hits to drive-in runs. Cardinals couldn't get any. Had chances late in the game. Had multiple chances again to come back. Just couldn't get the 2-out hit. And after they knocked Lorenzen out in the third, 6 Royal relievers came in and held him scoreless the rest of the way. 6 of them. So I've never been this upset. I've been absolutely been
that's
upset.
the hot chocolate on the top thing. You're not focused on.
That was
what
the
we're
most
trying to
upset
talk
I've been today.
Maybe one of the kids here, Kurt or Jackson, can you give me the win probability? I don't know how they.
I like that. That's good crowdsourcing.
When it was 7-2,
what do you think it was, Doug? I'm going to say 88%.
I'll say 89%.
Say 87. Okay. It's a little bit early in the game, but still, you're up 7-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett aching to talk about Tom Thibodeau.
When Jack Caglione grounded out to third to start the top of the fifth, the Cardinals had a 96.8% win.
Wow.
96.8.
Yeah, you don't blow 5-run leads as late as the fifth inning very often. It's pretty uncommon.
5 straight hitters reached base after that moment.
By the top of the sixth, the Royals had an 80.9%.
Darn them.
It
Wow.
flipped.
How about that?
I'm surprised in a tight game still, right?
And Steven Matz he's been good this year. He got hit pretty hard when he came in to put the fire out. Didn't work.
He needs to come back on the show and get that little bump.
Yeah, couldn't hurt.
Burleson tomorrow. The Burley bump is tomorrow.
Pre-Burley bump with a homer last night.
Yeah, because he knew he was coming on Thursday.
That's correct. That's the way it actually does work. Also, we have overs and unders on attendance, and the under shipped last night pretty easily. 26,656. You know that Colonel Gabriel P.D. Armand, who will start joining us here in a couple of months from PowerMizzou.com, Kansas Cityan and a Royals fan, texted me and he goes, "The hell's going on? We're all the best fans in baseball." I explained to the Colonel that they haven't been happy around these particular parts for a couple of years, and they're really not happy going into the season. But I was surprised to see the sparse attendance last night.
I was too. I thought they'd have a lot more fans than that. But they're not back yet. I guess they didn't get too much of a bump from the Kansas City folks. I did see a few. Not a lot.
I think they had a special going on at Oceans of Fun.
Oh, that's what did it. Okay.
26,656. 26,656.
Yeah.
Gabe.
I would imagine the place will be mostly full for the Dodgers series.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you think? If it's not, then they're in real trouble.
Weekend series against Shohei and company.
Mm-hmm. If they can't fill it up, then it's going to be a long summer.
Tommy Edman, standing O.
Oh, yeah.
Is he back yet, or is he still hurt?
I think he's back. Is he not back? Thought he was back.
I don't know. There's no way to know either, so we might as well just drop the topic.
Dossier says, segment 1, lots of crowdsourcing.
Okay.
That's what it says right there.
Jackson knew crowdsourcing was coming?
Yeah, I could smell it in the air.
Mets-Dodgers was a great game last night. I didn't watch it. I was just watching.
You watching Mountainhead and passed out on a variety of pills?
I was not. We were kind of mapping out our 10:30 show, and I kind of penciled in the old Cardinal W and said, "Oh, we'll have a lot of excited post game, a lot of players," and then instead it's like not a lot of folks.
No.
He's back.
Okay. Well, I would think he'd get a big ovation, sure. A standing O, I don't know about that.
Ooh.
Standing O all day.
Yeah.
Tommy Edman.
God, can I bet it?
It's going to be. But don't they?
If anybody's interested in that action, my Venmo is ready for your
They're
services.
already standing.
I
Tommy
thought-
Edman will be here Friday.
Look at us. Look at us.
we
We are the best fans.
We love skiing.
When we talk like Veruca Salt. Isn't there something with the pitch clock, though, where you have to, like, submit beforehand?
Well, one of the 6 catchers will stand up in front of the home
Hopefully
plate.
all 6.
Yes.
My boys.
Go out to the mound and talk to the pitcher and let Edmund have his 10, 15-minute standing ovation.
Top 3 in the lineup. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Doug. Ohtani,
That's
Betts,
tough to beat.
Freeman with a walk-off last night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soto had homered off Kershaw. I love the Kershaw reaction. Oh, it just seems like whenever he knows he serves one up, just looks demoralized.
I am so sick and tired of the former Cardinals standing ovations. Doug, that's Eric in the Central West End. You played Native American ball with his father.
In Indian ball with his dad, yeah, for years. Well, I don't know that you need to be sick of the standing ovations. It doesn't last very long.
They love the fans, not money.
And that's why they get them. It's just people being nice.
The fan protest narrative was a convenient cover for what is actually happening in St. Louis. Folks are seriously changing their spending habits, saving their money, and are struggling to keep pace with the rising prices and everything, not just entertainment. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff, with what I would describe as a macroeconomic take.
What's macro?
Right. It could go beyond frustrated Cardinal fans. And if you're the Cardinals, that's an even bigger concern, I think, if people are just allocating their money elsewhere.
And Martin, I know you're only on season, what are you on, season 12 of TMA?
Yeah, some guy called in and said you were all idiots. And then another guy called in who was hard to understand, and you made him a regular. I forget what season it was.
Yeah, I think he was a judge at the Girl Next Door contest. Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff, longtime texter, sharp texter, too, so he's got some credibility. I suppose what I would say, and I'm saying this respectfully to Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff, then how would one explain the successful attendance of their cohorts in downtown with the Blues and City?
Yeah.
Well, I guess he's saying they're making it a priority, right? If you've got whatever your spending money is for entertainment, they're moving it around.
They're moving it to those franchises?
Or just withholding their Cardinal money they used to spend?
I think it's a lot of factors, not just one thing. It's a lot of things hitting the Cardinals. It's a team that, people were upset they didn't do anything in the offseason. It takes a while to get over that. They got off to kind of a rough start.
The Red Hats on the road.
Red Hats on the road is a big thing. There's the safety of downtown with an older fan base. There's rising prices for parking and concessions and all that. And you throw everything into the mix, and this is what we get.
Warson Woods Wacko extending his support for Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff. His text, he says, Jack just hit the nail on the head. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
And he's saying it's because of prices?
He is saying that the narrative of fans protesting the organization is a convenient cover for what's really happening, which is folks are seriously changing their spending habits, saving their money, and are struggling to keep pace with the rising prices and everything, not just entertainment.
Okay.
And that's why I say, well, and I mean this because he's not on a phone call or sitting here. What would his response be to how the Blues and City have done successfully with their attendance?
Because they're not having any problems at all. I guess a whole lot more Cardinal games. So you're asking people to show up far more frequently than once or twice a week for a Blues.
And when we've talked about it, people will talk pricing, too. You go into the building, all of a sudden that beer is $15, $16. I remember as a kid, if your parents said, let's just bring some food, was that the most depressing thing? Because you're going to the ball game, you're so excited, you're going to get a hot dog or a popcorn, and yet you got a little brown bag
with a sandwich, same ham sandwich you had for lunch.
To save a few bucks. I don't think we did it often, but I remember thinking, I don't want to go and carry a little bag of food. Or you could bring in a cooler. You used to be able to bring in a cooler with waters in it.
Nice.
And I'm like, I guess because the game's so expensive, but isn't that kind of depressing? You're a little kid. No Dippin' Dots. There you go. I got some fruit snacks here. Dad packed.
When I was in high school and college, you could buy those general admission tickets for $1.50 for the top 7 rows of the stadium. Do you ever do that, Martin? $1.50. And that got you into the stadium. And then, of course, since there was only 15 or 20,000 in the stands, you could sneak down and sit right behind the dugout.
$100 today is only worth about $94 last year. Wages have not kept up with rising prices. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
God, this is like an economy class.
Yeah, Guns and Butter, Walter Johnson. Was that at Middlebush? Am I right on that? Middlebush? You ever have anything at Middlebush, Jackson?
Oh, you better believe it. I had plenty in that Middlebush auditorium.
Boy, that sounded like you might have done some work there. That's how I took that.
No. I just had a lot of classes there.
Is it a Mizzou reference, I gather?
Yeah. It's
Fight, Tiger, beat, Central Arkansas, fight.
A lot of the Mizzou buildings are probably the same way across all colleges. Big auditorium, and then in the upstairs, little smaller classrooms. I had classes in both the auditorium and the little classroom.
Did your math issues at Ladue High School continue at the University of Missouri?
Yes.
Okay. Definitive.
Yeah.
That explains the math the other day when we had to divide by 2.
Some could say it got worse. Some.
Shout out to Mizzou.
Guys, City is also starting to feel the effects since they're losing Saturday's game tickets. Sold was a sellout. Doug, I'm going to repeat that again.
Okay.
City is starting to feel the effects also since they are losing Saturday's game tickets. Sold was a sellout.
I don't know what that means, but I do know their turnstile, because they announced a sellout. Remember when the Blues did that with Checkits? They would always have the same number. And even though you'd see all the empty seats, they kept announcing the sellouts. That was a Dave Checkett vehicle.
Yeah, this Vusty says, but in the seat was not try buying tickets and the resale market.
Blocking. You can't write a sentence. Don't send us anything. Blocking.
Hot takes. Voice to text. But my
I think it was voice to text. I think it's a nice read.
My understanding is that their turnstile count the last few games had been going down. And they noticed that. Yes. So St. Louis City, with their losing, and not only that, but a boring product. I mean, they had 11 goals in 15 matches, something like that. Terrible. Their turnstile was going down, which the Cardinals announced tickets sold, and then we all watch the game and say there's not that many people there. That started to happen to a lesser degree because it only holds, 22,000. And people at City would tell you, yeah, the number is actually lower in the building. And every 2,000 to 3,000 people that don't go aren't buying those $20 beers. And so they were feeling it. So there's certainly the winning is a factor.
One of the things that really bugs me is the price of parking. They have to pay $30, sometimes $40 right next to the stadium. That's not really part of the entertainment. I'm not going down there so I can get good parking. I just want a reasonable parking spot. That's all.
Think about the ROI.
I don't want a brick thrown through my window either.
That's extra.
I'd like to be able to pay about $10 to $15 to park and not have a brick thrown through my window.
A couple of Fridays ago, I saw people paying $50 to park at the lot next to the MAC for Battlehawks on a Friday night.
God.
$50. And I guess that comes with the ability to tailgate.
You got a conference championship game coming up.
Yeah, this was prior to that. This was sort of the build-up to the game, which is Sunday on Fox at 5
You get a
o'clock.
pregame show opportunity?
We do not have an opportunity. And then there was some debate, inter-office emails saying, could we find a way to do one? And I was like, well, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So now there's a lot of other programming that day, Fox-related. So just sit back and enjoy the game. If you can stay awake, Tim, it's at 5 o'clock on Sunday. But $50 to park.
Yeah.
What's your ticket cost to the game?
And you can park free almost everywhere in the St. Louis area, except for some places in Clayton and Cardinal and Blues games, and I guess City and Battlehawk games.
I'll tell you that.
Other than that, parking is free almost everywhere.
Well, the City, they like to nick you. If you ever park for Blues, there's really, nobody cares. There's no real media parking for Blues games. So you get a little creative over there just off Market and the other side of the park where it's kind of a homeless encampment. You park over there, and if you're 5 minutes before it's the expires 6 o'clock, they will ticket your ass, Doug. They will find you. They will hunt you down. They will keep this city safe with parking tickets.
Yeah.
They're good at that.
That must be where the general revenue comes from.
I may have handed a few of those in at the old 2 Fox and said, I got nicked again. Parking, Blues. You wanted that live show. It's not my fault.
Does that work? They usually pay it, don't they?
Yeah, pucks on net. It's the only way to score. You're welcome to get involved in the program. So many different ways to do so. It is the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can text in Air Comfort Service text inbox. That is 314-399-9646. Watch the program. See Doug's hot chocolate stained teal top. Would you say that's teal, Martin? Kind of a tribute to the Sharks?
Tried to clean some of it off. It's just not coming out.
Teal-ish.
It's youtube.com/TMASTL. And then email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his staff, who have been the longest-running sponsor on the morning after. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Rainy conditions in the St. Louis area, both today and tomorrow, unfortunately. I look ahead. I don't know. Maybe I'm off the mark here, but looks like next week is going to be good. I don't know, but rain's in the forecast now through next Monday, Doug. But the temperatures aren't going to get too aggressive. Any HVAC issues you have, go to designairservice.com and work with the longest-running sponsor on TMA, more than a decade. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And so far this month, email of the day AI has one win, and the goodorbad.com street team has one.
Oh, really?
Hold on.
They got their own street
Hold on.
team.
Yep.
The goodorbad.com street team. So there's no website for goodorbad.com, but we now have a street team.
Yeah, Jackson doesn't even own the website, which as an investor I find to be problematic, and I voice that at the board meetings, but still no movement.
Again,
And I just can't get my money out of this
Is
investment.
it supported by dark money?
No, again, pre-revenue, so you're just going to have to be patient. You can get out now, but
I
when you're
love the term pre-revenue.
That's when you're losing money?
I'm
You
just
just call
saying.
it pre-revenue?
I'm just saying when the rocket ship takes off, you might not have a seat. So stay on board, and I can take you to paradise.
Even though you don't have a website, you do seem to have a quick response. If we throw good or bad at you, you're ready. The research is in your head.
I like to spend time really knowing how to fleece people. I find that's
You're
a
in the
better
right industry.
that's a better model than really focusing on the tech. Is learn how to fleece.
Learn, always be fleecing.
Always be fleecing.
Quicker money in that.
Certainly.
You can fleece us by texting in, calling in, participating in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, or emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to participate in the program here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Cardinals losing last night after having, 96% win probability? That one surprises me. It was that high. But either way, it was where the Cardinals were. First time in a long time, am I right, that they had a comfortable lead in a game that they blew? I know they've lost plenty of games since the start of May, but when they really got things going, I don't feel like there have been many of these, if any. So this one smarts a little bit more than the lack of offense in Texas. And now you're talking 3 out of 4 losses. Here is what Oli Marmol had to say following the Cardinals' blown 7-2 lead last night to the Royals.
That's one of the most, I don't want to say first time, but probably the most obvious time where swing and miss came back to bite us, right? A lot of ball in play. They all found holes. And there wasn't really an answer for it outside of Matt's 2 punch-outs for ball and play. Frustrating because you can't stop the bleeding. It's just hit after hit. To your point, they put 2 on the board quickly with the homer, and then he retires 13 in a row. So he's pitch count's really low. You're hoping one of those ground balls is at somebody and it ends the inning, but they continue to find holes. And like I said, one of the first times where you really needed a little bit of swing and miss. Yeah, it's not like we're misplaying the ball behind them or anything like that. They just literally all found either dirt or grass, and it was as frustrating as can be for him, for everybody, and then not a whole lot of answers behind it. So,
well, there's a base hit. I find myself just waiting for the sound of the base hit.
Do you lose track of what they're saying?
I do. I'm just wondering when it's going to come in. Ball and play now is the big phrase.
You like that? Ball and play. BABIP. The headline this morning, Martin enjoyed it, from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Live by BABIP, lose by BABIP.
I think we're getting too cute. I think we're overanalyzing.
After the home run to Lofton that made it 7-3, it was a single fest. I think that's what he's referring to.
BABIP.
Balls in play?
Okay, or hits. You could call them hits. That's what we've been calling them for about 150 years or so. Hits. Aren't all hits balls in play?
All hits
all
would
home
be,
runs,
but not
doubles,
every
singles?
BABIP is a hit.
Okay, non-strikeouts.
BABIP, of
is all
course,
we're really
batting
talking about.
average on balls in play.
Right, BABIP.
Okay.
BIP.
BIP, yeah.
Balls in play, or Bip Roberts. And he was with the Padres in the 1990s?
I think so.
Left-handed?
Well, usually if you have a
He's
nice
going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour.
BABIP, you're hitting the
Good
ball
ones,
pretty
good
hard,
ones.
usually.
Yeah.
Occasionally there's a little squibber that gets through, but wasn't really the case last night. There were some close ones. If Mason Wynn makes that play on the hot shot to his left, really tough play. But if he makes it, that's probably a double play in that inning, but it happens.
Jackson describes texter/caller Lisa as a gem. Am I correct? Is she a gem?
Yep.
She says pitching to Bobby Witt Jr. Doug, do you like that?
I don't really like, no. No. He did have 4 RBIs.
Well,
Couple
that
hits.
was a reasonable question there. Do you take him out at that point? It's the 5th inning, but it's 4 straight base hits, including the home run, bases loaded, and then Witt comes up. Do you want to go to the pen at that moment? That's a debate.
Right.
That's a question.
Right.
Lisa is, she pointed this out, I believe, in 2023, they had a slight bump. That terrible year, they kind of had a 2-week, and she has pointed out, she's not a big Oli fan, big Skip Schumacher fan. I believe tweeted at me on Sunday, how's Skip doing down there? Who is the heir apparent. We didn't know that, I don't think, until Holiday said that Skip Schumacher is the heir apparent for Bruce Bochy in Texas. Yeah. But Lisa's not a big fan of Oli Marmol and is saying, wait for it, the bottom will fall out loosely. And we'll see. We're in June. Cubs are 15 over right now.
Cardinals are
16.
5 back of the Cubs now in the National League Central.
Top record in the National League belongs to the Chicago Cubs. 16 games
And
over.
the Cardinals are staring down that series with the Dodgers. You know, that might not go well. You got to hope they can keep their head above water here over the next week or so.
So you're hoping they can win that series. It sounded like that's what you were
I'm hoping
alluding
they can
to.
get a couple victories. I don't care so much about the series
I
win.
swear you said, Tim, did he say series?
I heard series.
Staring down that
I can play it back
series.
for you if you need me
That-
to.
that
As long as
means-
Jackson has it.
That means they got 3 games with the Dodgers. That's all that means.
They are calling up Michael McGreevy, and I was wondering, they announced it before the game, where is he going to go? And apparently it's a 6-man rotation. And McGreevy's been pitching well down in Memphis.
Hey, Doug, if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. And if Tim wasn't the hottest and greatest, he wouldn't have all our wives. That's from the recovering alcoholic
All our wives?
from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Is that what he said? You have all of our wives?
So when Tim's out cold at 9 o'clock, that bed is just filled with
Everyone's wife.
That would be uncomfortable. That would create a difficult work environment.
Doug was never going to leave his wife for me, so I figure I might as well marry a woman.
See? How about that, Mark?
Okay.
That's Charlie Marlowe AI.
Chuck says he's going to join us. He said on an upcoming Thursday or Friday.
Oh, is that right?
I guess he's busy Monday through Wednesday.
On a related topic, how long do we ignore how good Alec Burleson is? I am a super fan of Jordan Walker, but the talk around Jordan is about making, quote, better decisions at the plate and slowly improving. Meanwhile, Burleson just hits and hits and hits. That's from Caller Ellen.
Burleson's gotten hot here lately. He has. No doubt about that.
He'll be on the program tomorrow at 9:30.
Maybe time to move him up a little in the lineup from 7th up a little higher if he's the one with the hot bat.
Early got the bat to get it done.
He does get the pre-show bump. He did it in Philly. Remember, he was on the next day, but he had a big night the night before in advance of his
Wonder what the number is on him to hit one tonight.
Okay. And I think the texter's pointing out, because Walker is out, Burleson is pretty much your right fielder.
Even Gorman had a couple hits and a home run last
First
night.
home run since March 30th.
Yeah. And then he had a chance there last at bat of the game, and they just carved him up.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Well, he did for the home run, for sure.
I actually thought that, who's the Isbell? I thought he caught that. Did you guys think that?
Oh, the home run?
Yeah.
Yeah. Missed it by about an inch.
I thought, but by his reaction, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
And I think Gorman might have thought that as well. Lorenzen certainly did. And I'm like, oh, it went into, would you call that the shrubbery?
It did.
Yes.
I saw a game years ago in the 70s, Giants playing the Cardinals at Busch, and a guy on the Giants named Ed Goodson hit a ball just like that. And I forget who the Cardinals center fielder was, but he jumped just like that and came down and acted like he had the ball. And Goodson, seeing that, rounded first and went back to the Giants dugout. And then the Cardinal outfielder said, I don't have it. It was a home run. And they called him out for running out of the baseline.
Play. That was Sixto Lescano.
No, it would have been earlier than that.
Tony Scott.
I've said
Jerry
it clearly.
Mumphrey.
I don't remember who the center fielder was.
Nice show
With some
prep,
options.
ass.
But I remember poor Ed Goodson was not happy.
Tony Scott, Jerry Mumphrey.
Not as
Big
upset
McBride.
Could have been Big McBride, I guess.
Ed Goodson played from 1970 to 1977. So there's your window.
Star of the Real Housewives of TMA, which Martin really at this point is starting to get some momentum. This thing might be, whereas Jackson's goodorbad.com is pre-revenue. Real Housewives of TMA is getting to the point of being pre-production. Morning, guys. Have you seen the latest Cardinal commercial? It ends with the words Youngry Birds. Saw it last night while watching the news. Maybe it's been out for a while, but it was my first time seeing it. I think you guys deserve some credit somewhere. Maybe a TMA logo in the bottom corner of the screen. Copyright infringement much? That's from Sharon in Clayton, supporting the program.
Well, thank you, Sherry. Share.
I think, to be fair, it's still Victor Scott's phrase.
Yeah, he said it.
We were merely there, but as John Heyman and Bob Nightingale are apt to do, they'd say TMA on it first. Nice. TMA had it first.
Hat tip.
You got to always do that. Heyman was on it. Rosenthal had it. That's what you do after they broke the story. So run the spot. It's a Victor Scott phrase, and then you say TMA was on it.
I don't think they'll be doing that.
They won't?
No.
I think the market prefers to pretend like this show does not exist.
Right.
It's how people put their
Probably
heads
for
on the
the
pillow
best.
at night.
Yeah, probably for the best.
You're welcome to participate in the program and Doug's Real Housewives of TMA by texting in 314-399-9646. Going to do auditions coming up on a Sunday afternoon with mimosas on the patio at Brio. 314-399-9646. You got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. You can call and talk it over. 314-974-0101. That is how you can be involved in this presentation, which is called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose the opening game of the series to the Royals last night. They're back in action tonight, taking on Kansas City with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
His body is a masterpiece.
The morning after 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the show, where you can watch us at youtube.com/TMASTL and join in with 183 friends of the Feather here early in the morning, including John Scores, Stag, Jake Reynolds, and old Don Peepee.
Don Peepee's in there, is he?
Yeah, I think he used to be Tiny Peepee, but then they anointed him the Don.
Okay.
And so he runs things. So if you have any questions in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, make sure you get the approval of Don Peepee.
Okay. And you're going to have to pay him tribute every now and then?
That's correct. I see this article in the St. Louis Business Journal on what is taking place with the Kansas City Stadium situation. Anybody on the dais following this story?
A little bit, where they're threatening to move to Kansas. And now Governor Keogh is stepping up and trying to keep him in Missouri.
So this is the story from the Business Journal this morning. Just a few weeks after finishing their legislative session, lawmakers have been called to Jeff City for a special session as Governor Keogh is rustling them back in an effort to prevent the Chiefs and Royals from being poached by Kansas. Keogh's proposal is to let the sports teams retain the taxes they would otherwise pay to the state for the next 30 years and instead use those funds to finance up to 50% of the cost of new stadiums. It's estimated that the diverted tax revenue would amount to about $1 billion over that period. That is not chump change, per the Business Journal, and legislative reaction has been mostly unenthusiastic, from, quote, hell no to weak conditional support. However, that doesn't mean that it cannot happen. One lobbyist quipped the most obvious roadmap, quote, if you want to pass something expensive, make it more expensive. And there is strong precedent for the strategy working. For example, one Republican achievement from this session was the elimination of state taxes on capital gains, but in order to pull support from a handful of Democratic senators to pass the bill, they added two additional provisions: an expansion of a tax credit for seniors to offset rising property tax, and the elimination of the state sales tax on diapers and feminine hygiene products. That'd be like a good diaper.
Hold on, where did we start here? We had a stadium,
but now we got
Kansas
dipes.
City. Now we're down to feminine hygiene and diapers.
Yes, following this game plan, Keogh's special session call outlines a little something for everyone. In addition to the stadium subsidies, he included emergency aid and proposed tax deduction, both aimed to help those hit by the recent tornado. He also added about $200 million in capital projects, which were scuttled amid late session legislative maneuvering. Still, the early reaction has been critical and shows how difficult the task ahead of Keogh is. So the possibility of the Royals and Chiefs moving, not to another city in its entirety, but just crossing State Line Road and heading to Kansas is increasing, because the possibility of this legislation passing is questionable at the moment.
It does seem like the climate politically, like all the state politicians love the Chiefs, right? They can't wait to show up in Chiefs gear. The Royals being tied, I think it's an easier sell, isn't it, for these politicians if it's just the Chiefs, like Missouri's team, but it's the Chiefs and the Royals. I would ask the question, what's the revenue? So if they go across, it's still the Kansas City Chiefs, it's still the Kansas City Royals. I would prefer they're in Kansas City, Missouri, but what are you losing money-wise if they're not in the state versus what you're offering them? That's what I'd like. It's as opposed to them moving to Montreal. We don't want to lose our team. The Chiefs are going to L.A. They're going to be a third team. If it's just across the state lines, you'd rather they not do that, but what's the money?
You'd be losing all the tax revenue that they generate.
Right, but you're giving them that I would like to just see the math.
Yeah.
Because it's an emotional play if your team is actually going to leave.
On the surface, it seems like a reasonable deal, but obviously there's something I'm missing that makes other people think it's a bad deal.
You think Big Diaper is behind this?
Well, I don't care so much about the diapers and the feminine products. But
It's amazing how these bills, and this has gone on for years, and they do it in D.C., where it's not just a bill that addresses said issue.
Well, the public has certainly lost its appetite to fund stadiums for billionaire owners, that's for sure. So you got to come up with some creative way to make it happen, different than the way it's been done over the last century or so. I'm not schooled enough in high finance to know exactly how that's going to work, but I think it is a huge thing for the state of Missouri to keep those two teams here.
But
Huge.
it does seem like those city arguments or state money, it's always about losing a team to another city, and this is losing them across the county line. It is interesting to see how it plays out, especially with what we went through with the Rams and trying to keep them. I think in the end, the deal was Stanger pulled the county money. Remember that? They had cobbled that deal together, and then I think the county bailed. And then the state, Eric Greitens, was against the MLS proposal. Remember that great line? He said something about, something for billionaires, charity for billionaires. Remember when they were trying to get that first MLS? In other words, is it different now because it's the Chiefs attached to this, which there is a real fandom, it seems, in Jeff City.
I wonder why they think they need new stadiums in the first place. I think both those stadiums look pretty cool to me. They both seem to be thriving when the teams are good. I don't know why this has to come up and why both teams, are they going to share a stadium? I'm sure they both need their own stadiums at probably $1 billion plus each.
At least.
It doesn't seem like it's even necessary to me.
From KCUR, a station in Kansas City, bipartisan resistance to the stadium package has been growing. The Senate Freedom Caucus is threatening gridlock unless the special session agenda, which is about this Chiefs and Royals stadium deal, includes tax cuts and changes to the state's initiative petition process. And some Democrats are mad the state will consider far more money for stadiums than for disaster relief in St. Louis, hit by an EF3 tornado on May 16th.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You got to take care of the tornado victims before you start building stadiums. No doubt about that.
Missouri stadium proposal could change during the special session. The Senate will meet first to consider the plan before the House. And so that is what is going on as we speak in Jefferson City.
And why do they need a new stadium, Doug? To make more money? Because
sure.
You think the Chiefs are profitable? If you had to wager a guess,
I think they made
an NFL franchise that wins a lot of Super Bowls is probably flush.
Probably sold out every game for the last
10
7 or 8 years,
maybe,
10 maybe, 15. I don't know. I've been to that stadium within the last 7 or 8 years, and it seemed great to me. But everybody wants a new stadium. All the owners want a new stadium. And they want to hold the taxpayers hostage and say, you pay for it so I can profit from it. That's not a very, very popular thing to do now, or it should never have been, but we just kind of went along with it for decades and decades.
Yeah. I'm curious, and this is 100% crowdsourcing, but Jackson said the 7 o'clock hour would feature a lot of crowdsourcing.
That's right.
The last time a stadium was built in the 4 major North American Professional League stadium arena that featured a large, and I realize large is subjective, percentage of public money. Because even Busch Stadium here, that was heavily privately financed by the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They threatened, though, as we recall, and we've discussed before, Mark Lamping was on the show as a surprise guest. I think, was he a surprise guest, Martin? He was on. I know that.
I don't think he was a
guest.
surprise.
That he had to, whether it was a bluff or not, run the PR that the Cardinals were considering moving to Illinois.
You're going to go to Collinsville. Mm-hmm. I remember having him on Sports Final, and he was sitting there, and he said they had a whole plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was all a great bluff.
It had to be. It had to be.
Seeing here that the new stadium for the Titans and the new stadium for the Bills are being built with significant public funding.
Do you have a percentage on that, Papers?
I sure do.
It's tough to ask more questions when somebody's already crowdsourcing for you.
It's all right.
That's what this
Are you doubling
That's the
down,
problem with
Tim?
crowdsourcing is it can get away from you.
Yeah, and I think it's getting away from you.
The Titan Stadium is projected to cost $2.1 billion with over $1 billion in public funding. The Bills' new stadium is estimated to cost $1.7 with taxpayers chipping in $850 million.
So 50% approximately is the going rate.
And then the age, if we could just kind of triple down on crowdsourcing.
Triple
I'm
down.
going to say the age of the Bills Stadium is significantly more than the age of the Titans Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
You're like 30 years older, so you could make the case to your fans, hey, listen, don't you want a better game day experience? We got to upgrade this. In Buffalo, I could see that argument. In Tennessee, it's like, almost 30 years old.
Right.
And that's ancient.
Yeah, Orchard Park opened, says here, in 1973.
Right.
Well, wouldn't it be reasonable if the public has to pay 50% of the financing for a stadium, that the public then get 50% of the profits that come out of that stadium?
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah. I don't think that's wrong.
Or do they already work deals like that and we just don't know of it? Is it possible?
I think the politician just gets a Super Bowl ticket, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Warson Wacko poses this query. What happens if the tax revenue generated falls short of the investment in the stadium? What teeth are in the bill to restrict the revenue to only stadium investments? Who pays the difference if there is a shortfall? That's the question, Doug. That's from the Warson Wacko.
Okay.
And then once you cut a deal with the Chiefs and the Royals from the state level, I'm sure the Blues and the Cardinals will look at the math and say, oh, what'd you give them?
Well, didn't Bobby Witt Jr. get a huge contract? He could pay the difference.
Okay. So that's in his deal.
And
Boy, if
Mahomes-
I'm him, I'm looking for different representation.
Mahomes could pay it for the Chiefs
Here's the
and
deal.
Witt for the Royals.
Here's the deal. We'll pay you a bunch of $1 million, but you might have to pay some of it back. Take it over to Jeff City. Give him a little pile. Oh, what a great deal. Sold. Done. You don't think that happens at a higher level? You don't think
Unlikely.
that-
But you never know, Martin.
Maybe it's just a little midday, Jackie. Can't really pay you. Just stick around.
That's called taxes, Doug. That's from Steven Time.
That's called taxes.
Doug.
Doug.
What's that
I would
supposed to
like
mean?
that as a
That's
text.
called
in.
taxes,
That's
Doug.
called taxes, Doug.
You can call in Steven Time if you would like. 314-974-0101. Gallagher and Thompson phone lines. And of course, we have the Air Comfort Service text inbox, which is spinning like a lathe. 314-399-9646 from the St. Louis Business Journal article on this situation that is taking place with the Chiefs and Royal stadiums. And then the other side of the state, the tornado damage is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, conservatively, perhaps in the billions in the St. Louis area. The $25 million tax credit feels offensive compared to the $800 million plus the stadiums could receive. In other words, both sides are asking Kehoe to take something expensive and make it more expensive. Those aren't the only trouble spots. Fiscally conservative Republican senators are already wary of the size of the stadium package. The more that gets added, the more likely they are to balk at the price tag. And plus, there are rural House Republicans who are generally grumpy when asked to send money to the cities. So nobody is really on board with this, and therefore the thought process is they really might not get this done. The state of Kansas does not have a professional sports team in one of the four major North American sports leagues, and so they might be willing to do whatever it takes to get them over to Kansas.
So Kansas is willing to pay for the stadium? I would think their taxpayers would have something to say about that, too.
I think they've aggressively pursued this. The ultimate crowdsource question I have would be this. Now, let's just keep it to football. If you're a Chiefs fan in Kansas City, do you really care about a new stadium? Like, if you're not the team, not the ownership, but if you're a fan of the Chiefs, and we say, hey, we're going to get you a brand new stadium, you say, I don't care. Is the team good?
The only way I can answer that question, of course, not being Chiefs fans in Kansas City, is when the Cardinals were talking about the thing in Illinois. And my reaction at that time was, okay, cool. It didn't really.
You didn't care one way or the other.
No, I didn't really care one way or
But
the
if
other.
they said we're staying at Busch 2, you would have been like, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right,
I
that's
love
what
that
I'm saying. If
stadium.
you're a Chiefs fan, especially with the emotional connection to Arrowhead a lot of people have going to games growing up, if they said, hey, we're going to spruce it up a little bit, but we've still got Mahomes, Kelsey's still here, you're like, rock on, let's do it. I mean, do you really, as a fan, oh, you're going to have a much better concourse, Doug. We're going to have more bathrooms. Okay.
Here is what Kansas has proposed, Doug, because we are having a crowdsourcing hour.
All right.
Bonanza of crowdsourcing.
It's a crowdsourcing bonanza. You're right, Martin. Kansas has proposed a plan to offer significant financial incentives, including star bonds, to attract the Chiefs and Royals to build new stadiums in the state. This proposal includes the potential to cover up to 70% of stadium construction costs with these bonds. That's according to KCUR, so it's a radio station in Kansas City, and the Kansas City Star. The bonds would be repaid through revenues generated by the stadium surrounding retail, lottery, and sports betting. And that's when we get back into sports betting conversation, which is still coming our way in Missouri. Time, hopefully, in the next 5 months.
Okay.
Seems like a pretty good deal if you're the Chiefs.
You better believe it.
Yeah.
It's just
70%.
At one angle, it's just kind of grotesque that a billionaire owner would hold a beloved franchise over a city and a state's head and say, if I don't make even more money for me, I'm moving.
Frank, how are you today?
There's another one who did it. It's really kind of sickening, isn't it? You talk about the money that's involved here. These are not broken down stadiums that are unsafe or are just relics of a distant era. They're not. They're absolutely fine.
I'm with you.
They're
100%.
fine the way they are.
I'm with you.
So why do they have to tear down these structures that are fine, build somewhere else, fleece the taxpayers for more money, so one ownership group can have more?
I have to say words that I don't think have ever been said in St. Louis broadcast history. In fairness to Stan Kroenke,
Whoa.
he funded the entire $5 billion for SoFi Stadium.
Right.
If he wants to pay for it, that's a different matter.
Right. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, then that's why they wanted him, because they knew he was one of the few owners that could do it.
Right.
Why do you hate capitalism, Doug? That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Well, this is a strange twist.
I don't hate capitalism at all.
And now I'm going to really crowdsource for the
Crowdsourcing bonanza.
umpteenth time. Mizzou Faroe Field going through major renovation now. Are they getting any? I know they fundraise like the Dickens down there. Do they get any money from the state? It is the state school, right? Shouldn't they get a little help, Doug, to improve their? I don't think they do, but I gosh darn it, we might have to get a politician on at some point here.
We almost should have prepared for this segment.
Gosh, it is a fascinating topic because why does every NFL team do it? Well, because the other team did it.
Right.
Well, we need a new stadium. Well,
Yeah.
why? Well, they're getting a new one in Tennessee. The threat to me isn't that the Chiefs or Royals. Now, if the Royals said, hey, Nashville might steal us, we could move this squad up to Montreal, Portland wouldn't mind having the Royals, that's when the threat gets real. This one just going around across the state line, and maybe that's a Colonel question. How much would it bother the Colonel if his beloved Chiefs or Royals
Yeah, I'll text that Colonel.
were like across the border? Does that?
Probably not much,
How much does that rankle you?
especially with the Chiefs, where you're going twice a month for 4 months or so.
Right.
It's not that big a deal, and especially if it's a really nice, luxurious stadium that they thought was really cool, I don't think it would bother them.
So, Martin, on your question, a
Which
significant
one? I've lost track.
your Mizzou Faroe Field one. A significant $62 million anonymous donation was announced in 2024, with $50 million earmarked for stadium renovations. Additional seven-figure donations are also being sought.
Right, private. I've never
But also
heard,
a portion of the athletics department, because it's a $250 million project.
but I've never heard the money with Faroe Field ever mentioned. And tax incentives.
Let the Chiefs go. This is Battlehawks state anyway. That's from the Pope. Do you think that factors in the conversations?
I wouldn't care about the Chiefs moving across state lines to Kansas City, but it does affect revenue that comes into the state of Missouri. So that's why you should care.
Right. But then you also wouldn't be on the hook for what could be up to 70%.
That's what I said. What's the math? If you say we're willing to give this to you, this bill that they're debating, you're gonna lose out on $500 million in revenue over 30 years. Well, what do we make in the revenue? Well, we typically bring in $300 million. Oh,
And how long is it going to
deal,
take
right.
to fully recoup the money?
Doug, it's no longer about building football stadiums. It's about building entertainment venues. Arrowhead is cool to football fans because it's old and historic, but concerts, other sports, etc. only go there because the Chiefs invest money in them coming. Arrowhead will never host a Super Bowl as it is. That's from Steven Time.
okay, but do they have to host a Super Bowl, a one-time event?
Maybe once every 15 years they
Not
could be in
even,
a
yeah.
rotation.
Yeah, in general, I'm anti cold weather cities hosting Super Bowls.
Yeah, I don't think there's a big clamor for the Super Bowl to go to Kansas City anyway.
Well, but if you get a new stadium, Doug, we'll give you a Super Bowl. That's how it works.
It would have to be a dome because you're not going to play a Super Bowl in February in Kansas City.
They shot at the
snuck one
Super Bowl at
into-
MetLife.
I was going to say they snuck one in New York.
The Colonel has responded, no, I don't give an F. It would bother a lot of people, but you don't care. I think he probably meant I don't care. As long as they don't move to St. Louis, I'll still pay attention. Once again, there's the support from Kansas Cityans toward the city of St. Louis and all of the Chiefs fans. that have found their way to Arrowhead. There is the Colonel. He does not give enough. Colonel doesn't care about much, though.
And Bill Reloaded says, I could have gone apple picking down in Lewisburg and cider.
Gabe.
The old Colonel getting ready for Central Arkansas, and then Rock Chalk Jayhawk. And what will the post-game show look like on Power Mizzou if Missouri loses to Kansas?
God, please don't. Can't.
Didn't Lance Leopold end up higher on one of those rankings?
Yeah, some lame-ass ranking. They had Lance,
wow.
they had like Lance Leopold in the top 10. He like went under 500 last year.
Doug, there's your Lance Leopold take.
Okay.
Which we knew would come right at 8:01, according to the
Timing's
Stiefel dossier,
perfect.
and it hit.
They just
perfect timing.
Kansas football, I think, just put a lot of money into their football program.
Oh, they tore down that whole stadium.
Yeah.
They're renovating that thing.
Friend of the show, Junior Bill, through and through, Chris Pelican says, almost half of the Kansas City metro population already lives in Kansas. It would be pretty different than the Cardinals moving to Illinois. So truthfully, I cannot imagine folks in KC would care that much, which maybe in the political world, if your constituents aren't that worked up about it, maybe you don't have to bend over backwards.
But in an ideal world, the politicians aren't worried about the constituents. Now, again, I'm going to emphasize in an ideal world, and they're focused on the revenue.
money.
Yes, exactly. And that's, of course, something that we are in the process of crowdsourcing and doing really well with it.
We're hearing from some friends.
That's right.
We'll take your text. Tim's phone's out. Doug's phone's out. Jack, just personal friends. Just start texting in.
That'd be great.
If you're Keogh, the timing's terrible with what happened with the tornadoes.
Yeah.
And you've got North City obliterated.
Yeah.
You need to address that. And then you got a billionaire or a couple billionaire owners in Kansas City saying we want new stadiums. What would Doug say typically? Wah. So if you're Keogh,
Build it your own darn self. Build one every year. I don't care, but you pay for it.
Use your brains. One Super Bowl will generate well over $1 billion in economic impact for the host city. That's from Steven Time.
it will.
I'm curious on that.
Okay, we're not saying they wouldn't enjoy having it in Kansas City. We're saying the NFL wouldn't enjoy having it in Kansas City. Outdoors in New York is a little different than outdoors in Kansas City because the league is in New York. Kansas City would not get an outdoor Super Bowl, I don't believe.
$1 billion
And an outdoor stadium.
impact. Let's see how many.
Seeming
Sounds
a
like you're
little
going to come back at Steven Time.
Seeming a little high.
I'm going to text now Patrick Risch and say how much impact.
I got an article here from North Carolina State professor Mike Edwards,
Oh, Mikey.
and it's looking like it's less, $300 million to a maximum of $1.3 billion. That's a big range there, depending on the source.
Well, but that's
Thanks
not
for
even.
clearing it up, Professor.
I was just saying.
It hasn't even been floated
you.
out there anywhere, has it? That Kansas City's going to host a Super
Well, if
Bowl?
they
That's-
get a
but
new
isn't-
stadium,
right,
that's
that's-
often the carrot.
Well, that's I guess I'll get in the crowdsourcing business here too. Of like the new stadiums built in the last 5 to 8 years, how many of them have gotten the Super Bowl that aren't like Vegas, Miami, Arizona,
LA.
but like not
Probably the only
like
one,
has
right?
Minnesota gotten they built that unbelievable stadium. I feel like they were promised some sort of Super Bowl.
We got a new
situation.
stadium here. We didn't get a Super Bowl.
That's a shame.
And we have a lovely facility.
That building deserves a Super Bowl.
It did.
Got a Final Four.
The 2018 that was played at US Bank Stadium in
I was
Minnesota.
gonna say, I thought we had one.
Yeah.
$1 billion in revenue does not offset $1 billion in tax subsidies. That's from the 314 going back at Steven Time.
I feel like I'm in class.
I like listener wars. That's my favorite part. Right there was Storage Wars, which Larry Nickel watches
watching, yeah.
while calling into this show, adding to the confusion of the call in general.
Arrowhead is hosting the World Cup for what it's worth. That's from the Wembley Woods Wacko. That's different than the Warson Woods Wacko.
It's true.
So apparently FIFA looked past the shortcomings of Arrowhead.
Right. What are the shortcomings of Arrowhead? Traffic problems driving out there on I-70? Is that the biggest problem that the place has?
Well, I do agree with the texter said they all like an entertainment district. You kind of jazz, which is great.
They've got room out there to build it there.
I agree that is what's going on. Is it necessary? Is the question.
The main issue with Arrowhead Stadium, beyond its age, is a recent vote in Jackson County, Missouri, that rejected a proposed sales tax to fund either a new downtown ballpark for the Royals or renovations to Arrowhead, including for the Chiefs. This rejection left the Chiefs and Royals facing uncertainty about their future in the city, with the potential for the Chiefs to leave Arrowhead. So with the rejection of that sales tax, the upkeep now falls on the shoulders of the Chiefs in an aging stadium.
What if we were to build a stadium in St. Louis for the Chiefs? Would your tune change then about public money going to build a stadium?
And they become the St. Louis Chiefs?
St. Louis Chiefs.
Nice.
Well, aren't they the Missouri Chiefs?
That's what the Colonel's concerned about.
Wow. What a moment that would be.
That would be fun, wouldn't it?
It'd be interesting. Sports media beefs would just be unbelievable. There'd be real radio wars. It'd be so great.
There would be real radio wars.
We'd have to have like some sort of softball game to sell the score.
God, if we could steal the Chiefs from Kansas City, they'd be hopping mad.
What a great in-depth, important civic conversation we're having. And then Tim Pele Blanco says, I like that trampy, big, busty gal in Storage Wars. So
the listeners, they have diversified thoughts.
I thought we were knee-deep in an economics class.
Mr. Licks has arrived on the scene. Speaking of listener wars, maybe our mayor should be focused on attracting large corporations to relocate here so we actually have, like money in the town and people actually have, like high-paying jobs and, we can actually be a town that people have heard of again. That's from Mr. Licks.
That'd be great, but it's going in the opposite direction. The big corporations are going to the no state income tax states. Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Nevada.
The list of Fortune 500 companies came out yesterday, and St. Louis went from 6 to 7. Hello again, everybody. 7 St. Louis area companies make Fortune 500 ranking for 2025, up from 6.
Nice.
So look at that. Sunday chart, 16% increase.
Who's the new entry?
Can
we guess?
Yeah, you have a guessing game.
Fortune 500, AB InBev,
BJC,
Enterprise,
Stiefel,
Worldwide.
Number 23, the first one, but dropped from number
Which
22. It has not been said yet. I don't believe it's been said.
Anheuser-Busch? None.
Centene.
Oh, Centene.
One of you guys say that? I apologize if you did. No. Reinsurance Group of America up from 223. Revenue jumped up 19.1% to $22.1 billion. That's number 196. Emerson Electric, number 238. That's down from 224. Edward Jones is 260. Graybar Electric, up from number 367 to 365. Post Holdings, up from number 504 in the Fortune 1000 last year. So Post Holdings, and they just did another deal yesterday, if you saw that, an $800 million transaction. In number 497, Core and Main, up from number 526 in the Fortune 1000 last year. Revenue rose 11% to $7.4 billion.
I'm not sure I've ever even heard that company's name before.
You ever heard of the Tam Avenue Capital Partners?
Yes.
Because of the cash calls?
Core in Maine, you said?
Yes, sir.
And what do they do?
Core. They get rid of all the cores of all the fruit in America.
That's correct.
It's a decoring company.
They get rid of apple cores?
That's correct. And that's a
and that's high
$7.4
profit?
billion business.
Well, just that apples are just the tip of the iceberg.
Right. There are other cores they have to deal with.
Yeah, pears, papaya,
Avocados?
kiwi.
CoreandMain.com. We are the team you can count on.
Yep. That's what we say at the Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Our
We're
vision
very
is
vague.
Produce guys.
Our vision is to foster a world where communities thrive because our people and products provide safe, sustainable infrastructure for generations to come. So there you go. That cleared it all up.
But what is it they do?
We're the team you can count on.
For?
Join our team, mergers and acquisitions, find a branch, Core and Main.
Yep.
Did that clear it up, Doug?
Tam Avenue Capital Partners is a subsidy.
It's a finance company?
Kansas City is like that recently divorced mom at the country club who lingers around the friend group. We don't care if you're divorced, Beth. Show us your bank statements and receipts from Aurora Med Spa, bitch. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and she is mad at Beth.
That's what Kansas City is?
Jackson, do you follow the analogy? As a non-Ladue resident, I don't know. I'm a meat and potatoes guy. What does that mean? And what has Beth done?
Can you read it for me one more time, Tim?
Kansas City is like that recently divorced mom at the country club who lingers around the friend group. We don't care if you're divorced, Beth. Show us your bank statements and receipts from Aurora Med Spa, bitch.
Oh, wow. So much there. I don't know how that necessarily relates to Kansas City. I feel like Kansas City... Would it be safe to say that it's kind of like the new money kind of thing? not necessarily like the people there are new money, but like the Chiefs just recently got really good, and now Kansas City is like this kind of the center of the football world a little bit.
It does seem to have a real positive vibe right now.
And it seems like they're kind of shaking their ass in everyone's face.
Oh, God, that's Beth?
I guess. Although Beth seems to be going the opposite direction. Yeah. St. Louis feels a little bit more like Beth, to be honest.
Oh.
Doug, Core in Maine is a leading specialized distributor of water, wastewater, storm drainage, and fire protection products and related services built on the foundation of more than 100 legacy companies.
Okay.
So they operate more than 370 branches nationwide.
All right. Am I the only one that's never heard of this company?
No,
you guys know about that?
I know about Post.
The cereal?
Yeah, that's literally the Post cereal. That's kind of their original DNA.
Sometimes those companies that do non-glamorous goods and services that everybody needs, not very exciting to think about, but they make a fortune because everybody needs their product.
Sure.
Big diaper.
Yeah, diapers are
it's usually big diaper. You're welcome to participate in the conversation. So many ways to do so. Calling in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. You got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 244 friends have gathered in Sideways, you know, the golf movie, and Cap says, "This is Battlehawks country now."
Gosh, you wouldn't rather have the Chiefs? How much would you have to offer?
Send that tweet out and just,
which would you rather
sit back and enjoy
an NFL franchise or the Battlehawks?
What would you have to offer the Hunt family to move to St. Louis?
He's debating the topic.
How much would you have to pay?
Offer, yeah. Build them a brand new stadium, a couple $1 billion stadium for starters. Then what?
You think we could package up City and the Battlehawks?
No, careful. Maybe
I'm just saying,
trade football for football.
You know, okay, so it's okay. Yeah,
Battlehawks for Chiefs, and we'll give you the stadium.
Sure.
So Kansas City goes from having one of the best NFL franchises of the last decade to having 2 MLS franchises and a UFL team.
No, we're not going to give them soccer. Didn't you read the art of the deal? We're just giving them the Battlehawks, not City also.
Right. A low ball.
Illini Greg in Green Bay is still not happy with Jackson putting Sideways as a golf movie, and he says Casino was the classic golf movie. Of course, little Nicky Santoro and Sam Ace Rothstein were out playing golf, and unfortunately the feds had to land a plane right there at Las Vegas Country Club.
The Long Game was a pretty good golf movie that we didn't mention, right?
The Long Game?
Yeah. Dennis Quaid, based on a true story, where Dennis Quaid takes over a high school team, I think, where they had Mexican-American kids caddying, not
it came out a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
How come that didn't make him Mount
Rushmore? State title.
Because Sideways is better.
Sideways. What about Casino? Sam Ace Rothstein.
Ooh, Sideways or Casino? That's a question.
Doug, watch this. The Dahmer. Always the Dahmer.
Oh, gosh.
Dominic would spit in the sandwiches, huh?
Oh.
See that?
Tim, I got a golf list for you later.
Ooh.
Like a good golf list.
You're getting better at teasing. I like that. All right. Active all over the place. YouTube chat.
Show is all over.
Air Comfort Service text line and Casino being ranked as a golf movie. It's all there for you. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. So many different ways to partake in the program. The program is called The Morning After, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh,
This is
Doug.
nice. This is
Now
sweet.
you're going to be in a good headspace.
It's better. Feel better now about the hot chocolate on my shirt, my top.
Timber.
Muted trumpets. Very nice. Well, hello, licorice stick.
That sounds like a yakety sax.
I think that might be a licorice stick.
Boy, I don't know. I'm put to the test on that. Liquor stick or yakety sax. Send that tweet out along with, would you rather have the UFL or the NFL?
Doug, did you have a choice of the instrument, or were you just given the
I
clarinet?
wanted to play the saxophone. They said, no, we'll start you out on the clarinet because you got buck teeth.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, 8 o'clock hours, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. 225 friends are in there, including Don PP, DJ Patty Cakes, Too Fat to Kayak, Jake and St. Genevieve, Paulie Baroni, and that's called Taxes Doug.
It's taken already.
Thanks.
It's called Taxes, Doug.
Mario in Chicago, who now is Mario in Charlotte, says, I think Kansas City may decide to send the Chiefs for the Battlehawks if you throw in the Auntie Anne's downtown and the AT&T building that's sold for like $3.
We could do that. We'll make that deal. It's going to be hard to move that building, but we'll try. You can put it on a train track probably and move it that way.
So we're going to kind of wheel and deal here. Mario also says, I lived in Kansas City for a few years. The disdain for St. Louis from Kansas City is only matched by the self-loathing most lifelong St. Louisans feel for their own city. Mm-hmm. Kansas City might take the Battlehawks for the Chiefs if you throw in the standalone Annie Hands in that thriving AT&T office building. That's Mario, and he's now in Charlotte. He was in Chicago. He was in Kansas City. He grew up on the south side of St. Louis, and he's in Charlotte, and he defends Charlotte's honor against caller Janet. Oh. Doug, there's the history of the...
Well, I make the trade proposal just because we want to keep the Chiefs in Missouri.
All right, a lot of Kansas City love. Tim, you know where we got them? Golf courses. GolfDigest.com ranking Missouri's top 15 courses.
Wow, and wow.
You could probably name most of these, but 7 of the 15 for the whole state are in St. Louis.
Is that right?
Yeah, GolfDigest.com.
One that's not in St. Louis that has to be in there is Dalhousie.
That is number 6 on the list.
Is this
Cape
just
Girardeau.
public? I'm crowdsourcing.
No.
Private
And it
included?
looked almost majority here. Well,
Probably one or two of those new ones down in Branson got in.
a lot of Branson.
Paynes Valley.
Paynes Valley is number 7.
Nice, Jackson.
Thank you. Buffalo Ridge
Is number 8.
I like that, Jackson. Boone Valley is in there. That's all.
Is number
Del Reeve.
5.
Del Reeve's gotta
Del
be
Reeve
in.
is number 2.
STLCC.
Is number 1.
OWCC.
Is number 4.
Nice.
Boone Valley?
We already said that.
As stated, yes.
I think Meadowbrook's going to be live.
No. There's one
Fox
that
Run?
I was going to say you just played it. At number 15, Fox Run. in Eureka.
And let me tell you something. That's with a bullet. That'll be rising. That is with a bullet.
Missouri Bluffs get in there?
They did not. St. Albans twice, the 2 different courses. One's number 11 and one's number 9.
Norwood.
No, I'm sorry. So the 7 St. Louis courses, top 15.
We've named them then, haven't we?
Yeah, we have named them. Fox Run 15, St. Albans, the Lewis and Clark course. You prefer that, Doug? That's number the 11th. Number 9, St. Albans, the Tavern Creek. Boone Valley 5, Old Warson 4, Belle Reeve 2, St. Louis Country Club 1. Big Cedar had 3 total. You mentioned Buffalo Ridge. You mentioned Paynes Valley. Number 3 in the state is considered the Ozarks National,
Just played there.
which is in
How was your ball
Hollister.
striking?
It was okay. Really cool course, though.
Nice.
Down at the lake that
It's Arnold Palmer.
Portachima is
Also
on
played there. It's
That's
gorgeous.
number 10. Look at this guy, just humble bragging, dunking on us. Kansas City, you're wondering, right?
Shoal Creek.
I've got Oakwood Country Club in Kansas City on the list. Otherwise, a lot of Springfield, Branson, KC, just one. So there you go, Doug. We got him in golf.
Okay, I feel better.
Yeah.
I feel better.
Not that
Sunday
we're
charge.
welcome at any of these places, but
I haven't been to St. Louis Country Club in about 30 years. I don't remember it as the course being that outstanding. Have they Improved it?
You can only ask Jackson on that. I mean, I don't even know where it's located.
Doug's too good.
I wouldn't think it's better than Belle Reve, is it?
It's different.
I know it's probably more prestigious among St. Louis big money. But
I wish I could actually, but I've never played St. Louis country.
Okay, so you're playing a role here. You're trying to. Okay.
I have played a lot.
Tim, have you ever played?
I absolutely have.
Okay, so in St. Louis Country Club,
balloon party just got popped.
Is it an outstanding layout, or is it just a little bit of the prestige?
No, it's just a classic old school golf course. And there are some unique holes on the property. Doug, what is your favorite hole on the property?
I don't remember. It's been like 30 years since I played there.
Didn't Chairman Steve call and talk about the naming of all of the holes?
Yes. A number of courses do that, though. But, it's world class. And I think that there's part of it is the unique architecture of it. But you have to, there's par 3. Doug, is it 2 or is it 3?
I don't know the hole numbers.
With the monster green that in the middle, there is like a giant bowl. And so the pin positioning changes the hole materially depending on where the super has decided to place that pin. And today it's in the back left. So
today? You already played there this morning, did you?
I'm expected to be out there today. And kind of give a seminar on the Tam Avenue Capital Partners and how members of St. Louis Country Club can participate in our cash call strategy.
Like on the range, like you're a Callaway rep.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite hole in the property.
Just hands on your hip, talking business.
Guys, where was Berry Hill in Bridgeton? That's Rich Gould's course.
Oh, yeah, I played there.
Airplane?
Now we're getting into my range, too.
Planes?
When you think that the airport is not as thriving as it should be, play around a golf at Berry Hill. They're landing about every 60 seconds.
It's like Shea Stadium in the 80s. All of us poors out here listening to you talking about playing golf. That's from the 314.
I figured this would go poorly.
More golf talk, huh, you wealthy a-holes? That's from the 618 who texted in yelling at Brad Thompson for talking about golf when he was
at a
on
charity event.
It was at a charity event. That's right. You're welcome to get involved in the program. 314-399-9646. Cardinals losing last night. I mentioned at the outset of the program in the 7 o'clock hour that I went upstairs. My wife's parents were watching our kids, so we had a chance to have an actual conversation. It was wonderful. And watched a film that Jackson... I mean, when Jackson Burkett gives you an endorsement of a film, you watch it.
Yeah.
Especially when it wasn't involving Wes Anderson. And this is Joss Stone.
Mountain Head by Jesse Armstrong.
Jesse Armstrong. Joss Stone, of course, a British pop star. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
And we started to watch it, but I was gone. I was knocked out on this cocktail of pills that I usually snort for some reason on my nightstand. So I was out.
You're snorting your pills instead of swallowing them?
Yeah, now that things are going well financially, I actually roll up a $5 bill instead of a $1 bill.
Really?
And I said, I wake up in the morning, sweet mother of mercy, the Cardinals lost. In a game that they had you said 96% win probability to win?
Yeah, in the top of the 5th.
My goodness. One of the reasons was Andre Palante having some issues. Here is what he had to say about what went wrong for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely happened fast. Felt like I made decent pitches, not great pitches, not horrible pitches, and to those batters all consecutively. And, they put good swings on them. They're good hitters, and just unfortunate that it all was on a row and, cost the team the game, and, just got to learn from it.
When you go back to look at that, what do you look for? Sequencing, placement? What do you think?
A little bit of everything, This is now my, am I being predictable? This is my second time in, being a starter in the big leagues now. It's like, how are they approaching me? Am I facing these guys? I faced them 4 times now in the last year. Am I pitching them in the same patterns? Stuff like that. And then, placement. I mean, just trying, some of those pitches weren't my best spots, and that's kind of where, you get beat.
There's a base hit.
Little base knock.
I think that's kind of insulting to Palante for giving all those hits.
Yeah, I noticed that.
There was 1 second in the game, the video was up there just for a brief moment, where the Royals scored a run, and the guy who crossed the plate walked up to the hitter coming up to hit next and whispered something into his ear. It made me think he might be tipping a pitch.
100% couldn't agree more with you, and I wanted to make that observation, and I'm mad that you took it from me, so if you could give me credit for it.
Okay, nice going, Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, that was when Mats was on the mound, and it was Caglione coming up. And can't recall who it was who had just scored. First baseman,
Pasquantino.
Yes, that's who it was. And he stopped. I mean, it was so blatant.
Yeah.
He stops after just scoring, and he probably was gassed, to be honest with you. And he covers his mouth like it's an offensive coordinator putting a play in. And that was exactly my reaction.
So it was India talking to Pasquantino.
And he was whispering into his ear. Like when he does this.
But he also, then it also happened, I thought, with Caglione.
Is it? I was looking at the sequence there.
But maybe I'm off the mark. Pasquantino had scored.
It was when Mats
was out there. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing, the tipping pitches. Because the Cardinals pitchers, including Mats, have really been impressive. The issue this past weekend in Arlington wasn't the starting pitching. I know Liberatore got lit up, albeit the bullpen also added to that. But, they just didn't score. This is the first time where they have a game in control. First time since the winning began in May. And it was the pitching, both a starter and a reliever, really let it go. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of things, the Royals bullpen kept things in check after Lorenzen was knocked out.
Yeah, 12 hits. Everybody in the lineup had a hit except Victor Scott.
Well, you know what they have to do is just fasten the chin strap a little tighter tonight and go back and get them.
They're wearing chin straps tonight?
Yeah, they should.
Speaking of wearing, you guys like those Royals all blue?
Yes.
Including the pants? Yeah.
Loved it. Was a big fan of it. It sounds like you weren't because you're not advancing the conversation. That's my read. That's my read. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Don't love the batting helmet, like the 3-panel, like Orioles kind of looking batting helmet with the white on the front.
3-panel.
You know what I'm saying? Like how the Orioles have it. Yeah. I just not a big. Oh, yeah. I'm watching this play right now. He definitely whispers something. Like he's running full speed, stops on the dime to whisper him something. Wow, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was blatant.
You can't imagine what you would whisper.
Well, Eric in the Central West End says, what if he was whispering how hot he looked in all blue?
Oh, gosh.
Looks like, yeah.
I guess in fairness to Eric, we don't know what he whispered. We're assuming it's that Mats was tipping pitches, but there's a chance that he just wanted to let him know he looked cute.
I still don't like how Perez has the C on his baseball jersey.
No, I don't like that either.
It's goofy.
They used to have captains in baseball.
Sure.
I'm not sure why, but they did.
The C on your jersey is a little much.
Ken Boyer was a captain of the Cardinals for a long time. Didn't the Yankees make Jeter the captain,
that's
too?
his nickname.
I don't know if anyone else has a captain. And why you need one.
Tim should be the Cardinals captain.
Oh, gosh.
Good for you, Jackson. Good for you. I agree with Jackson. That Royals logo and helmet last night was trash.
Yeah, it's not a big fan. I like the all blue. I think it looks pretty sharp. That's kind of what they wore. That's like what they used to wear, right? All the time on the road.
Yeah, it looked like the old-time Royals from the 80s.
Yeah.
The Royals uniform looked awesome besides that stupid QT logo. That's from the 618.
Yeah, that sticks
shouldn't be a red. A company with red and you're on all blue. It really stands out.
Yeah, but I like QT. So I don't want to get too down on it.
This isn't I'm not taking a shot. They're petrol.
You can get a good Arnold Palmer in QT. You can make it yourself.
Judge is now the captain of the Yanks. That's from Oli Doesn't Know.
Is he? What possible need would you have for a captain? I understand why you need one in hockey. I don't know why you'd need one in baseball.
Why not rally the troops? Times are tough. Circle the boys in the room.
I'm fine with having a captain. Just don't put the C on their jersey. Well, look at me.
I guess. Pujols would have been the Cardinal captain for years.
Although I've heard nothing but incredible things about Salvador Perez.
Everybody loves Salvador Perez.
I've heard multiple personal anecdotes of people who said he couldn't have been a nicer human being.
Friend of the show, Joe Goldberg, I think went with him to his hometown. Like they flew him down. I want to say they went to Venezuela maybe. Super tight. When he says he is the best. So he gets the C, okay?
Okay. Maybe C was for catcher.
There you go.
We have to identify players now.
There'll be a lot of embroidery going on today.
Cardinals have 8 C's on their jersey because they have all catchers.
At one time before the season, the Cardinals were either last or second to last as far as winning the National League Central. And they are now in second, as they are in second in the division. But with the Cubs continuing to win, the Cardinals now losing 3 of 4. The Cardinals are 5 games back. Doug, what odds would you think the Cardinals are at this moment to win the National League Central.
Did you say odds?
Yes.
Can I give you a percentage?
Sure. And I'll convert that to the odds.
Okay. I'd say they've got about a 20% chance of winning the division.
Which would be plus 500. Martin, what do you think?
25.
Which would be plus 400. And little Jackie Papers.
I'll split the difference, plus 450.
The answer is plus 330. The Cubs are minus 285 to win the National League Central. Brewers plus 800. Reds plus 3,000. Doug, if you like the Pirates, turn it around about $100 and you'll win $40,000.
Well, I would like that.
When they win the National League Central.
Okay.
World Series odds. Cardinals started the season at plus 12,000. What do you think the number is now?
Plus 11,000.
Martin Kilcoyne.
7.
8.
Martin wins, plus 6,000.
I'll be darned.
For the Cardinals, the favorite. The Dodgers, of course, plus 240. The Yankees, plus 550. Then next might throw you off. Well, it's tied. It's tied, so it's not fair, but listed. I think you could probably get 2 of the 3. There's a 3-way tie. I think the third one. No,
Mets, Tigers, Cubs.
Cubs are out, and the Phillies. Cubs are not. Tigers at this point. I think the Tigers have the best record in the American League, and the Cubs have the best record in the National League, actually, by some decimal points. So that's where it stands at this moment, as the Cardinals have run into, for the first time in about a month, a skid. And you say that they're going to put on chin straps tonight?
They're going to tighten the chin straps and
Miles
go get
Michaelis.
Big bounce back start needed for 39 there.
This guy, the only reason I'm really aware of him, to be transparent with you, Doug, and we both kind of fall into this category, so does Chuckles Marlowe, I think, is our fantasy baseball league with Jackson, with Drew from...
Lost the clubhouse.
Yeah, he says you lost the clubhouse.
You weren't relegated?
No, I went out of my own recognizance.
This Noah Cameron, who's pitching for the Royals tonight, has been ridiculous since getting called up. He is so good. I don't know how many people know about him, but
25 innings.
He has been incredible. So the challenge tonight will be to get to him, because nobody's gotten to him in his, I think it's 4 or 5 starts that he's made. Miles Michaelis is coming off of a poor start, but he had 3 great starts going into it. As things stand, the Cardinals are the favorite, minus 130. Royals plus 108 for tonight at Busch Stadium, which also is questionable whether or not it'll be played. Storms and rain throughout the day here in the St. Louis metropolitan area, which could be the reason why they're going to wear chin straps.
They're going to tighten them anyway.
At the minimum.
Yeah.
The program is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. You can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at approximately 10:45. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, of course I do, because when it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. That would be Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the St. Louis area since 1904. A century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us, and we thank Seth Goldcamp for that. He's got a name you can trust, and he's leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold anything that you don't need, whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat. They have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. I've had them out to my house. I think we're all customers of Design Air. They just do outstanding work. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman.
Cameron will regress. He's running a 153 BABIP and only has 5.5 K per 9. That's from producer Joe's Ascad.
Okay, stop it, Joe. I picked that guy up in fantasy baseball, promptly dropped him. My team is ass.
There's a clip.
The prime ministers are usually kind of the Alabama,
Not
Georgia of...
Not this year. Bad draft. Bad draft.
What were you distracted by? The chin straps?
I wasn't distracted. Every pick I made, almost everybody's underperforming.
Are you doing a reset or a retool?
Well, I'm doing a maybe I'll quit. Maybe I'll just fold
You're
up.
going to quit just like little Jackie Papers?
Pretty nice.
I won't quit. I'll keep going.
Free summer.
Are you giving your guys runway now?
I'm giving them runway. Yeah.
Let's see. Adam Schefter reporting that Brittany Holmes is on a Southwest flight to Lambert Hooterville Regional. Apparently, they are in contact with a realtor to check out some houses by the commuter lot at 141 and 270 in Fenton. That's Mario and Charlotte with that report. So, Doug, this might be something to keep an eye on.
A little bit, yeah. There's some nice stores right there. What's that? Gravois Mills, Gravois Bluff.
You're
Gravois
looking at me.
He probably wants to get close to the Gravois
Jackson
Bluff
knows
shopping
about
center.
Sportsman's Park exclusively.
Okay, sorry.
In like a 2.5 mile radius.
You don't
around
ever
it.
get out to Fenton.
Yeah, he's at Deer Creek Coffee.
You
When was the
elitist
last time I was in
snob.
Fenton? Been a while.
What, that Cracker Barrel?
I would go to the Cracker Barrel.
Nice.
I prefer the Cracker Barrel. Was that in Fairview Heights? That's not Fairview Heights. What would that be right there?
Doug, what would that be?
I don't know which Cracker Barrel.
Collinsville?
You think Mahomes should move to Collinsville?
It's nice.
Yada used to live over there at that
How about
Far
that?
Oaks.
Yeah,
That's-
Jackson.
but trust me, I know.
Trust me, I know.
Far Oaks is like my home track.
Is it?
I go there a lot. And yeah, that's a
on
great
Mondays.
area.
What's the
course.
rank above captain? Because that's Mr. Tim. He is the
Major.
captain of the show. Doug can be the regular captain because he's old. Thunder and 5, Jackson. Thanks. And hashtag Free Park. That's from Pacers columnist Brian Henshin.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe Major is the rank above captain.
Skipper used to say beyond, when he would try and explain pools. He's just beyond. Like, so he's really good? Yeah, he's beyond.
Caseyville.
Sharon in Clayton has announced that she will not appear on The Real Housewives of TMA if Brittany Mahomes is on it. She says, no, Brittany Mahomes is not allowed to be a TMA housewife. So, Doug,
Okay.
you're going to be in a tough spot there. I mean, Brittany Mahomes, certainly a higher Q rating, but this Sharon has blue feet, you say?
We may go to the Mahomes family for some seed funding.
Just let him know your pre-revenue.
Yeah, let them know your pre-revenue. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Croup, and you can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. And listen on the 101 and TMA STL apps. Those are presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. This is The Morning After. If you're in the market for jewelry, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch, family and locally owned, going back to the 1980s here in the St. Louis area. That's right. Locally owned, locally operated, family owned, family operated. Dan Reusch, third generation. And they are located right across from the St. Louis Galleria. They're in Richmond Heights off Brentwood Boulevard near Clayton on the 15th floor of the tower right across from the Galleria. Go online at ninjabling.com. They have private offices, and it is something to see. You're going to have a private experience. You go in, you let them know what the budget is, and they're going to stick to that budget for you. That is something that separates Moritz Reusch, in addition to the fact that they have all kinds of jewelry in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together pretty quickly, or they also do custom jewelry if you want to design something from the ground up. It's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. You can find them on the 15th floor of the tower in Richmond Heights, right across from the St. Louis Galleria. Hansen, 1990. I don't think 98's alive, so I'm going to say 96 to get me 95 and 97.
97.
97, yes.
Oh, I needed that. Is there a theme here, or you just find the drummer to be cute?
The Hanson.
There were 3 of them?
Were they actually brothers?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's pretty cool.
That they had a song back in 97?
Yeah, maybe today's
just occurred
family band.
Oh, we got a theme. Tim, it's 8:46. The theme is family band.
Family band.
Mills Brothers, that would work.
Yeah, there we go. Mills Brothers.
Guess we're going to hear some Jackson
5. I'm not sure of a lot of other family bands.
Partridge Family, hello.
There you go.
Haim,
great call, Tim.
Osmonds.
Flip that off.
Osmonds.
The Osmond Brothers.
Oasis had brothers.
Yeah, they're
Allman Brothers.
biggest tour of 2025.
Pointer Sisters.
About that.
Okay, yeah.
Andrews Sisters. Lennon Sisters.
All right.
We'll get to your Lennon Sisters music in just a little bit.
Were brothers? They still are. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Okay, easy.
Semantics.
Yeah.
Jay Killis says the Allman Brothers.
Yeah, there you go. Allman Brothers. Okay. Well, seems like I have a treasure trove to pick from.
You do indeed have a treasure trove to choose from. All right. I feel like we've delayed it long enough. You know he wanted to lead with it, Martin. Thibs.
Oh, yeah.
Peace out.
Because of this, I actually agree with Stephen A., where I feel like he's usually
playing
doing
a
take. And he let the GM and the president of the Knicks have it, Leon Rose. And I think he's right. And Kevin Ryan, who I work with at Fox 2, is from New York, loves the Knicks. And we were talking about Tom Thibodeau getting fired. And he said, Rose doesn't do press conferences. I'm like, he's the head of the team. So you fire a coach who's pretty well known, and they just made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. And it's just understood. And in of all markets, New York City.
Yeah, I mean, we expected here in St. Louis with Chaim Bloom being protected and nobody saying anything.
That's different. He'll talk to us in August or October. Right. It's unclear. But Leon Rose fires Thibodeau, and then he's not available. And I guess Stephen A. went off. I didn't watch, but I saw the headline, which is enough.
It's so goofy.
But how do you do that and not have any comment other than a press release?
I don't get the firing coach. I mean, this year alone, we saw Taylor Jenkins of the Grizzlies get fired with
Remember
like three.
They fired Taylor Jenkins.
3 weeks left to go in the season. Then Michael Malone is fired while they're in the playoffs, like they're in playoff seeding with 3 games left in the regular season. Now Tom Thibodeau takes them to back-to-back 50-win seasons, first Eastern Conference Finals in forever, and he's fired days later.
Well, it became an opportunity for Mike Francesa and the Mad Dog to passive-aggressively go back and forth. Do you think that they were...
I don't know. I don't know the timeline. Like, I don't know who goes on first, because Mad Dog's on his actual radio show on Sirius. Francesa, of course, Bet Rivers can kind of just pop on whenever. So I don't know who went first, but they certainly had conflicting
wouldn't you like
reports.
to be able to do a show anytime, any place?
Sure.
That's what Mike Francesa is able to do. That's exactly right.
But first he grabs some soda
and water.
All
right, here's Mike and the Mad Dog doing separate shows and maybe taking shots at each other while making their reports.
Okay.
I don't care what you think of Jim Dolan. I don't care what you think you've heard or what you know. This was Leon Rose's decision. This was not Jim Dolan's decision. I feel like I have that on very good authority. I feel very comfortable with that. And like I said, I tell you with complete faith in this information that this is Leon Rose's decision and nobody else's. I feel 100% confident about that.
But this is about Dolan. Don't let anybody hear you. Don't let anybody in America hear you say, this is Leon Rose. Nonsense. Nonsense. I don't want to hear from Rose. Everybody knows that Rose had nothing to do with this. This is Dolan. And this is Dolan. This is not Leon Rose. Please, don't go to Leon Rose. It's not him. This has nothing to do with Leon Rose. Leon Rose was his agent, for crying out loud. You think he's going to give him a 3-year extension last year at the end of the season and then the agent then fire him after he gets to the conference final the next year? I mean, come on. Leon's too smart for that nonsense. There's no way he would have done that. He hired him, then he gave him a contract extension, and then they go to an Eastern Conference Final for the first time in a quarter of a century, and he decides to dump him? Oh, come on. Hey, if you believe that, you believe in a tooth fairy.
three-pointer.
Tough.
Oh.
So I don't know what to believe.
Well, I think in the NBA, more than the other sports, the teams are kind of run by the star players.
Well,
And I think if Jalen Brunson didn't like him, maybe that's...
No, wrong.
Jalen Brunson. No, that was a famous post-game comment after losing in Indiana.
He was outwardly saying how much...
He was asked about...
Did he say, come on?
He goes, talking about, you're asking that question right now? Come on.
Yeah.
It was a quick answer.
He loves Thibs. Him and Josh Hart, one of their better players, have a podcast. They had Thibs on. They love Thibs. He's certainly a polarizing coach. He's big into conditioning. You're going to play.
Heaven forbid.
Well, if you're playing with him, you might play 45 minutes. You're going to play it hard, defense-oriented. But sometimes he shortens the roster or shortens the bench in the playoffs. Teams run out of gas. That's his problem. But either way, if guys like him, they love him. And these guys certainly seem to love him. So it kind of felt like a slap in the face to their best player.
Somebody didn't love him.
If I had to bet...
Who was it? Was it
Bet,
Dolan?
Leon's too smart.
if I had to bet, it'd be Dolan. Dolan, for the last couple of years, of course, has been opening up the Sphere, taking care of that in Vegas. That's a Dolan vehicle, the Sphere. And as soon as the Sphere is up and running and good, here I come back to the old ownership of the Knicks. And
I also trust Mad Dog's sources. I'm just going to say, I just feel currently maybe he's a little more plugged in. And the other guys sometimes can be a tick off.
Who, Jackson, will be the new head coach of the New York Knickerbockers?
I think a lot of people would love it to be Jay White. But I don't think Jay Wright's coaching anywhere, anytime. If I had to guess, it'd be Michael Malone, former coach of the Nuggets.
What about Danny O'Reilly?
I don't think he's leaving
the entertainment
either.
factor.
That'd be great. There's like a couple fun ones, like him, Jay Wright, obviously, with the Villanova connection with all those guys who went to Villanova on the team. But if I had to bet, it'd be Michael Malone.
You get a lot of fun out of certain NBA coaches?
If Jay Wright, who coached, like Jalen Brunson won 2 national championships with Villanova under Jay Wright. Mikal Bridges also on those teams. Josh Hart on the first one.
It's a lot of Nova.
There's a lot of Villanova guys on that team. It'd be kind of fun to see their college coach, be kind of cool.
Would make sense.
Thibs? Come on, Jackson. You're not in a locker room. That's from the 314.
Certainly not. And I don't know. But Jalen Brunson, all his public statements have been in support of Thibs, as has Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, a lot of their stars.
Was one of the critiques of Thibs that he's really into conditioning, Doug? He really.
That he runs guys too. It's 82-game season plus playoffs. Guys get run down.
Plays his guys a lot of minutes.
His teams often get injured in the playoffs.
But did they not have a deep enough roster, which would not be his fault?
Seth Davis, who Martin picked every higher seed in the NCAA tournament when the brackets
I really like Coastal Carolina to make a run. I've got them in the Elite Eight, and then a week later we forget.
Said this on the Twitter tweets. I've been working with Jay Wright on TV for nearly 3 years. Based on every conversation we've had, I would say there is a greater chance that I will be the next Knicks head coach than him. The difference is if they call me, I will actually say yes. So Seth Davis is saying Jay Wright is not going to be the Knicks coach.
It would be an awfully high-pressure job.
That's the thing, is like for years, the Knicks job has been like an opportunity. Like you can come grow this team, and there's expectations after a couple of years. Right now, whoever gets hired next, you have an expectation to win right this very second.
Well, don't you think they probably have the guy already? They know what's going to be.
You would think, if you were to make this move, you would have the guy already. I would agree with you there, Doug.
This has been NBA Corner.
Hashtag this league.
Well, they are not happy. Who cares about basketball? Stop. That's from Big Tuft.
It's bait.
Where is the Tuft that's so big? Where is this Tuft we hear about all the time?
It's bait.
I wouldn't mind watching Hurley go to the Knicks to crash and burn their current success. That's from Stepdad Gary.
I disagree. The NBA is so much more fun when the Knicks are really good. Like the last couple series have been so much fun.
I just think they want to see Hurley fail, is what they're saying.
Seeing Hurley fail, but even then, let him stay at UConn.
Johnny Bryant will be the next head coach of the Knicks. That's from Sparky Spangler and Doug. Johnny Bryant, of course, currently an assistant with the Cavs.
Yeah,
and his brother Trayvon was at Mizzou.
Some people have been talking about
McDonald's High School
Pitino.
America.
I don't think Pitino would do it either.
He looks like a Knicks coach, though. He looks like he would be the Knicks coach.
Well, he was the Celtics coach, wasn't he?
And the Knicks.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind that. I know he's older, but he's right down the road there, St. John's.
I think there's something like college basketball, the star of the team is the coach. Like, you are the biggest deal.
I think that's more real in NBA than college.
Well, I'm saying that the coach is the star of a college team.
In college.
Whereas the players are certainly the stars in the pros.
I played high school basketball. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy.
Whatever.
Basketball is the worst. That's from the 557. If we're not talking about the Pacers, who cares? That's from Bishing About Sports.
Jeez.
Watching the NBA is like watching the WWE. That's from the 314.
Jackson, I'm
not biting.
I don't want to say it was a long time ago that Pitino was the Knicks head coach, but it was in 1987 that he took over.
Okay.
So you may not have remembered that.
Would then Pat Riley have been after him?
In New York, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to tell
Well,
you.
we'll see how it all plays out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Jackson, you got to bet it right now who's the head coach. Got to bet it. You got to bet
Michael Malone.
Michael Malone, all right.
Yeah.
Michael Malone.
Yeah.
All right.
Would you take that job, Jackson, if it was
Knicks
offered to
head
you?
coach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
It's like
no experience
How would
at
you
all?
do this show?
Deal
It's like
with
a
the
dream
media
job.
and the hate that you would get?
I'd Gottlieb it and do both. Sorry, fellas.
Do both.
Practice shoot-around's going to be a little late. Finishing up my show in St. Louis.
Today we're going to work on conditioning.
Yeah.
And you get confused, call a little locker room meeting and tell them they got to get better at teasing. They're like, Coach, what are you talking about? Oh, wrong vehicle.
Knicks have a terrible jersey, too. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
Awful take. The white New York Knicks jersey is in the pantheon of
It's
sports
kind of
jerseys.
old and classic and very nice.
Yeah, the blue jerseys I'm not crazy about, but the white ones at home, gorgeous.
So, Doug, you are sideways with Gooner Reloaded.
Well, I'm sideways with that take.
It's
I've
so
always liked that
classic.
uniform. Yeah.
It's so classic.
Who recycles more, NBA teams with coaches or St. Louis Sports Radio? Let's go. Guilty as charged, but I'm saying every coach that's a candidate now for the Knicks was probably fired by another team.
They just, it's
immediately.
crazy.
And Doc Rivers,
Doc Rivers is a prime example. He's been coast to coast and everywhere in between.
Yes.
It would be kind of shocking to take the team to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years and then get called into an office and be told, sorry, you're fired.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's the Knicks' job, so no one's ever going to be like, well, I'm scared because they might fire. Like, it's the Knicks' job. But still, it's just such a, I don't know.
Saw your boy Bill Simmons talking about comparing it to the 2003 Pistons. They had a deep run, got rid of Rick Carlisle, who obviously has had success since, and they brought in Larry Brown. And how do you do?
Yeah, I mean, and it could be the case. It absolutely could. The Celtics just recently, obviously, that had external factors included, but lost with Ime Udoka, hired Missoula, and then won. But I just am I'm dubious of this all.
This Cowtown is so behind the times. It's laughable. They want to talk MLB and NHL over NBA and NFL. We are the Dungeons and Dragons city who hates sports because we suck at everything and we can't get laid.
Oh,
Doug, that's from Buzz, and it was June 2023 when he won the Listener of the Month.
maybe we should try to bring the Knicks to St. Louis as well as the Chiefs.
That would be wild.
What would it take to get the Knicks to move here?
Hell freezing over.
The NBA guy really showing his ass, not knowing Pitino used to coach the Knicks. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, who's usually sideways with Martin. Today he's sideways with
It
Papers.
was almost 40 years
That's
ago.
why I brought the date up so that we could clarify. You wouldn't really know that.
I just knew him as he was a Celtics coach. I did not know he also coached the Knicks.
What about them going after Quinn? That's from Maxwell Hung.
No.
Why not?
Quinn's in Atlanta, and they haven't been great since he's taken over. I would say actually his seat is hotter than it is more likely for him to get picked up by the Knicks.
Quinn or Mike Schild? Whose seat is hotter?
But tied for first. Padres keep having little scraps in the dugout. Maybe, have to look at, someone's got to stop. Buck's got to stop somewhere, Martin.
This guy's calling for Mike Schultz head. You're welcome to get involved on the program in multiple different ways. The Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you are also welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 220 friends have gathered to watch the program and talk it over. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. The program's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
St. Louis City SC and Schnucks teaming up this summer to kick hunger in our city. We need you. Visit your local Schnucks to donate non-perishable food items. It's Saturday, June 7th. Starts this Saturday. It's going to run for an entire week. From the 7th through the 14th this week, the entire week-long food drive is going to benefit Operation Food Search, help providing food to those in need here in St. Louis. Cereal, peanut butter, canned meats, canned veggies, soups, stews, pastas, got all of it. While you're doing your shopping at Schnucks, and then on the way out, they'll have a collection bin. Just drop it right there at the store. If you can, help feed our community. Then on Wednesday the 11th, so we're a week out, from 6 to 7 at the Butler Hill Schnucks, that's over in South County, you can donate food and meet some city players. They'll be taking pictures, signing autographs for those who donate it. The mission here is to help City SC and Schnucks kick hunger, again, benefiting Operation Food Search. They do a great job year in. They need your help. It's a week-long food drive, June 7th through June 14th, and then the celebration with the city players on Wednesday, June 11th. Find out more at stlcitysc.com. Schnucks, proud grocery partner of St. Louis City SC.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Stanley Cup Final Game 1 gets underway this evening right here on 101 ESPN with the Oilers taking on the Panthers. Pre-game at 6:30, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, how do you like it?
This is Jackson 5. Mm-hmm. Keeping with the theme of family bands.
Yeah, it's a family band Wednesday.
Okay.
As of the last bump in with Hanson.
Yeah.
8:46, we declared it.
And the Mills Brothers.
Mills Brothers, yeah.
Accidental theme.
Accidental themes.
Stumbles into a music theme guy.
Jackson, was it you were the chairman who sent out the tweet asking, it was chairman, our chairman, what is the Twitter tweet? Doug, we sent out a Gallup poll from the TMASTL Twitter account.
Not really a Gallup poll.
Just ask the audience, would you give up the Battlehawks for the Chiefs?
Okay.
And we've got, let's see here.
Nice, I like that. Doug, that lets the audience know that he's looking.
Lets them know if they have anything else to do, now would be a good time to do it.
257 votes cast, and yes is winning 60% to 40%.
60. Audience is almost split on the topic, which is
not
great.
98-2, but 60-40.
It's a tight one.
I'm going to screenshot that and send it over to the Colonel.
I made sure to hashtag Chiefs Kingdom. I was trying to bait the Chiefs fans in.
Cheap pop.
Engagement farming.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. Mark Hanna is the sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. He is online at evergreenstl.com. That is the 9 o'clock hour. And then in the 10 o'clock hour, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, tonight's the night. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Riz, Anthony Stalter, and little Jackie Papers is making a cameo in Spread Zone. I was supposed to be out of town this week, and so Jackson was going to fill in for me because people want to hear his breakdown of the Oilers and Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
And now that I'm here, said, hey, let's just keep Jackie Papers and have him join us. Jackson, you have a couple of clips here regarding the Stanley Cup Final getting underway this evening. You tell us what you want to go with.
Probably best to hear from Paul Maurice, whose stock has grown exponentially, I think, over the past month, at least on...
Hank Whitney isn't happy with him.
Ryan Whitney isn't happy with him?
Right. I thought that was one of the sounds you had here.
I have Biz breaking it down.
Got it.
But,
no, Whitney is pissed at Paul Maurice.
Yeah, he's an Oilers guy, though, isn't he? Or he's at least rooting for the Oilers.
But he doesn't like the thing where he told Brenda Moore and Berube to not do the handshake line, and that he's got all these quips, and he's got the media in his pocket, and he's irritated by him. I figured there would be Maurice backlash coming.
He was getting a little too big for his britches.
So that's what we got here.
All right, well, this is Paul Maurice talking about game.
Okay. That's something you guys have talked about.
I don't know that we had an advantage coming into that series last year because we had lost. We also would have equally carried the, oh hell, not 2 in a row, right? So there's something to that too. I don't know. I think it's important that we're playing each other, right? That evens everything out. We're hungry because we all, and Edmonton understands this too, it is so hard to get here. The things that have to go right beyond you being good, you have to stay healthy. All of those things have to come together. So I think maybe slightly different energy sources possibly, but equally as powerful.
Shot from the blue line.
I like the way he talks.
He's got a great voice.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that Whitney doesn't like. He's monotone, he says.
Yeah, he's certainly monotone, but there is like there's some there.
He has a little air, but I think it works for him. But I could see, as a former player, too, you're kind of not enjoying his holier-than-thou kind of vibe.
Jackson, do you like him?
Paul Maurice?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And didn't you move him into your top 5 attractive NHL coaches?
Well, that comes out, of course, after the chalice is hoisted. But he's certainly moving up the list.
I'm pretty sure they love Paul Maurice in Florida and have for years.
Oh,
he's one of the most well-respected coaches in the league and has been for a while.
they've released some great mic'd up stuff of him over the last series or two.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Really good.
But what's I missed it. So he told him not to do the coach's line?
Oh, you didn't know this?
I didn't know the
Okay,
story.
so following the Panthers eliminating the Hurricanes, and I was watching it when it happened, and I saw Maurice and Brindamore meeting at center ice, but near the benches, not out where the players were shaking hands. And he's having what looked like a relatively colorful exchange with the head coach of the Panthers. My guess is those two teams aren't real fond of each other. I don't know the relationship on the coaches. And Maurice was asked following the game in the handshake line what was going on between him and Brindamore. And he said, you know, I've been in the league a long time. And he goes back to coaching. Doug, do you know what his first gig was?
I don't. If you give me initials, maybe I'll guess it.
HW.
HW. He was with the Highway Women. They got a team now?
Hartford Whalers in 1995.
That's right.
Beware the whale.
All right.
They played at a mall in Connecticut. And he said, I always just thought, I'm paraphrasing here, Jackson, you might have the sound, but I always thought that it was wrong for the coaches to be out there shaking hands. We weren't the ones putting our bodies on the line. Then you get into all the guys who are wearing suits and involved with the teams, and they're shaking hands. He goes, I just always thought it was some coach who wanted to find himself on TV. So I told Berube that following the Leaf series, and he agreed to it. And that's what I was saying to Brindamore, that I didn't think that we should be out there, and I asked him to respect it. Brindamore did respect it. However, he did his season-ending press conference yesterday in Raleigh, and he said going forward, he is going to go back to shaking hands. He said when the when the Hurricanes beat the Devils in the first round, he saw a lot of guys who he used to coach, who used to be with the Hurricanes, and it was good to express one-on-one his appreciation for them in the series, and he thinks it's a good thing for the coaches to be in there. Mm-hmm. So he wasn't saying that Maurice was making that up. He does corroborate that that's what they were talking about, but that's one of the things that irritated Whitney, and then Brindamore said he's on board with the coaches shaking hands.
I think he's overthinking, and most of the coaches are former players.
So they know everybody.
They know everybody.
Yeah.
They all know each other in the league. I think that's overthinking it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But it's probably something, if it means something to you, discuss that before the moment. Maybe have that conversation before the end of the series so everyone's on the same page, whether you decide to do it or not do it.
Or Jim Tracy with the Dodgers told La Russa they should do the shaking. Remember the handshake line?
I thought that was a Larry Walker. That was 2004 when they beat the Dodgers. I thought that was Larry Walker as a Canadian guy. Thought it would be good for them to shake hands. But I do remember that when the Cardinals beat the Dodgers in 2004. That was out at Dodger Stadium. They lost Game 3. That was Lima time. But they won in Game 4, and they shook hands like an NHL playoff.
Maybe it was Walker. I know. Maybe Jim Tracy was just on board with it.
Seems like youth teams do that now. Every sport after every game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big CYC thing. You line up. Line up.
Do it everywhere.
That's what you just yell at the kids, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Line up.
Maurice is such an ass. Said some coach started it to get attention, yet the main thing that's been talked about since the meeting with Rod the Bod as a coach, F that guy, go Oilers, Sharon and Clayton, and she would like an episode shot in Edmonton, Doug. I don't know what the budget is for the Real Housewives.
No, it'll be plenty. Yeah, we'll have a lot of money to fly to Edmonton. If we get that seed money from the Mahomes family.
Tim, what did Maurice say to Berube that made Whit mad? He said that the coaches shouldn't be out there in the handshake line.
Did Chief agree?
Yeah. He did not participate in the handshake line, and Brindamore said since he had just won the series, I yielded to him, but going forward, I'm going to go back into the handshake line.
Yeah. It just seems like the timing is bad to spring that on the other coach right there on the ice.
I feel like that's something that you would talk about off ice, but at the same time, I don't know how much communication's going on.
Not to mention, it's kind of like, well, I guess if you
after we beat you guys, don't shake my hand.
But you can frame it like whoever wins, no matter what, let's not go.
It's overthinking. No, this is stupid. Just shake hands.
So what do we have here? What else do we have, Jackson?
Ooh, two different clips.
I looked over and it's a blank screen. I was concerned.
And then there was a reaction of woo. Yes. And then it made me think, uh-oh.
We have Paul Biznasty breaking down what he thinks will happen in the series. But we also have, I think, a fun angle of this for St. Louis folks. Trent Frederick, obviously on the Oilers now, and Matthew Tkachuk, star captain of the Panthers.
Doug, St. Louis's going to win one way or the other.
While Frederick was on the Bruins, first game of the season, they were about to drop the mitts, Doug, Frederick and Tkachuk, but Tkachuk decided not to. Here's Trent Frederick. This is after game one while he's still on Boston on Kachuk kind of baiting him into dropping the mitts, but not doing it himself.
All right.
Right at Kachuk, right at the start of the game, and he kept the gloves on. Were you surprised that he took that route?
Because he said yeah, and he didn't. So it's kind of hard when someone says. He actually asked me because I was asking him, and he didn't. So it's hard to read that, but.
He's trying to sucker you into dropping the gloves, or?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't know people did that. I think that's kind of, I don't know, it's a little disrespectful to the game.
Because there's a slapper, always the slapper.
So, could be heated. Trent, I think, was the first fight in the playoffs. Trent was involved.
And Matthew's not the captain. Jackson Burkett is. That's from Hottie Toddy. Doug, that's
He's not the captain?
Brady is a captain in Ottawa, but Matthew is not.
Kachuk is not the captain of the Panthers, Jackie.
Oh,
that's in the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. And Doug, now they're going to be coming in.
Hand up. That's my bad.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I made a mistake.
I think the best way to apologize would be tweeting.
Oh, okay.
Or take some time away.
This morning. Yeah. All right. I'm just kind of drafting it in my head. I guess I saw some video of Maurice asking Kachuk what do you want to do with the picture? And Kachuk was like, get everybody in the organization in the picture. I thought that was because he was the captain. And in my head pictures, I'm seeing his jersey with a C on it. But now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Sorry.
Well, I'm pretty sure this will be the theme for the show the rest of the day. That he is not the captain.
Matthew isn't the captain, dum-dum. That's from Man Love.
My bad.
Makes you dumb because you didn't know that.
That's my bad. Listen, I said something that was wrong.
But again, I don't know if that apology is good enough. I'd like to see it take to Twitter and send something out. I actually would like to see that.
I'll quote tweet the Chiefs Battlehawks poll. Keep it all in one place. I think it's the best way to do it.
Salvador Perez is the Panthers captain. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Based on the size of that C on his jersey.
Stick to basketball, Jackie. That's from the 314.
No need to tell me twice. With pleasure.
Never apologize, J. Dot. That's from the 314. Martin, you like that name for your alliance partner? J. Dot.
We're calling Holiday M. Dot these days.
So not only are you guys talking too much sports, but now we're talking about the Stanley Cup and the Blues aren't even in it. Shut up and read Dear Deidre. That's from Wedding Tackle.
We don't get her articles anymore, do we? Nope. It's a good thing. Okay, good thing.
KG sheepishly. Nope.
That gets clipped to the chairman over Christmas break.
At the K-Dot tonight. What a bleak day in St. Louis. Get on over to the Dome. I don't think is the Cards game in question. It's looking real soggy out there. Gosh,
we need that retractable roof.
Okay. There are storms in the forecast throughout the day, but only 1 hour's 50% or higher. So I don't know. Doug, you just going to hit balls in the simulator today?
Perhaps. I don't know what I'll do after the show. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'll do.
Major Tim, I just wanted to thank you. Thanks, and hashtag free perk.
Major.
Fever snapped the losing streak last night. I'll be on after Mr. Martin's sports segment tonight at 4:45 with an update that's from Brian Henshin, who's covering both the Fever and the Pacers. This guy's everywhere.
Okay. All right.
Cover the Colts, too, when it's training camp.
I don't think he gets that gig. I don't think so.
High school. They don't let him anywhere near it?
No.
Yeah, I wanted to put a pin in the hockey talk and circle back on St. Louis's acquisition. New York receives the Doggies, a claim to the creator of pork steaks and toasted raviolis, and that next generation trolley they have in the loop. St. Louis receives the Knicks. Thibs is VP of Special Projects because what else happens when you get fired from a highly paid job? Thanks, that's Mario in Charlotte, and he's negotiating a deal between St. Louis and New York.
Where'd you put that trolley?
Would you make the deal?
Fifth Ave?
You going to give away T-Ravs?
And pork steak?
Yeah, oh, God.
So does that mean that we can no longer, that's banned from the menus?
And they want City, too, right?
Yep.
I mean, and.
For the Knicks? Do you make that deal?
I guess it's another Twitter poll.
Thibs still owed $30 million.
Is that right?
Yes.
I
saw Fran Francesa do a big defense of him, and everybody just said, "You're old, shut up."
Can you imagine the heartbreak of getting fired and knowing that now you get $30 million for not doing a darn thing?
Yeah, it's tough. I also saw some people say Jeff Van Gundy possibly. Now we're having some fun.
Martin, that brings up the image of Lonzo Mourning, of course.
Hanging by his ankle.
Now we're talking.
Hottie Toddy is now sending in pictures of Barkov wearing the C.
All right, I get it. I was wrong. I'm not going to get upset. I get it. I was wrong. I said something that was factually incorrect. There's no defense. I was wrong.
But he's not the captain.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
But you said that he was.
Maybe one day he'd have the heavy sweater.
Don't say heavy sweater.
But I think Barkov. First name, Barry.
Barry Barkov.
Sergey?
Doug, Barry Barkov, Where's the Sea?
Alexander.
In Sunrise. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Croup, and this is 101 ESPN. Thinking about buying a home? Maybe you're looking to refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, I'll make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He'll help you with every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he's going to get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days. And he'll get you the best interest rate possible, and he also has the bagel loan that can help you out, too. What is the bagel loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. 4440, or you can just Google the bagel loan. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. If you're purchasing a home or refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate credit card debt, call Stewie on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440. Doug, is this Haim?
Yep.
I don't know who it is.
It's a great call on your part, Tim. And I was thinking of those family bands.
Boy. Wow, how about this harmony? And kind of a poppy beat. Is it poppy?
Yeah, pretty poppy.
Kind of day you just want to sit around and listen to music.
Is that what you do?
Listen to records.
Yeah. Get the vinyl out. Probably got some in this building, yeah.
Hey, Jackson, I have an extra ticket tonight at the High Point to watch a 35-millimeter reel of Goodfellas, and it would be great if you could join me.
That sounds awesome.
Are you in?
I cannot go, but that does sound
What do you got going on?
You're going to watch the show with your girlfriend?
Yeah, we're watching Mountain Head tonight. Really fired up for it.
Okay.
But yeah, that sounds...
A bunch of people texted in and said it's not good.
I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, don't get snippy, mister.
Well, I mean, like, Succession's one of my 4 favorite shows ever, and this is the first thing this guy's done since then, so I'm fired up to watch it. And it's, like, in the same vein as Succession, so yeah, I'm going to watch it. I don't get deterred by some people's early opinion on stuff.
No.
That's it. I'm out. See you guys next week. Pale, do better. More sports, less movies. That's Gooner Reloaded.
Whatever, man.
That one kind of got you a little bit.
Yeah. Heard it before.
Yeah, they are not, and I mean not happy. Chairman, what is the update on the Gallup poll in which you posed the question via the TMASTL Twitter account? Would you trade the Battlehawks for the Chiefs, since the Chiefs and Royals are attempting to get $1 billion in tax benefits from the state of Missouri in order to not relocate to the state of Kansas?
341 votes. The gap has been narrowed. It's now 59-41 yes. I think something's happening here.
We also got to build a stadium. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's a question that if I saw it when I was scrolling through looking for Ella Reese and it came up, I'd go, I want some time to think about it.
Yeah. Because we love cacaw. It would be St. Louis's first big win in a while. I guess Boeing got a big win.
What about the golf rankings, Doug? We got 7 out of 15.
Okay.
You'll take it? Take it as a win. That's just a low-energy day, isn't it? Just kind of feel it.
Fly with me, lesbian Battlehawk.
Like that.
You think if the sun rod Tim, we'd have more energy, even though we're indoors?
I'm in a great place. I fell asleep at 9 o'clock last night.
Yeah,
I don't even know how that happened. I couldn't believe it. The disappointment on me betrothed's face when I said, "I got to tell you, I'm going to bed. I don't know what happened. I'm out." And I don't know if that's a reflection on Mountain Head, which Jackson just said he'll be the judge of. I don't think it was. I think we could have had anything on, and I just was exhausted.
That is kind of the best, though, when you just pass out, fall asleep kind of early. But you don't. The worst, though, is like waking up like 4 or 5 hours later.
Oh, Bill.
And it's like 2 a.m. and now what do you do?
When I heard that little alarm go off this morning, I'm like, oh, my. That means I got 8.5 hours of sleep.
Then you roll over and go back to bed. Go back to sleep.
Well, that's because you're an Olympic caliber sleeper.
I am.
Rotten Tomatoes, 79% on Mountain Head.
Just like I said.
Oh, okay.
Good or bad, I don't want to hear about it yet. I like to go in fresh.
Okay. Jason Schwartzman.
Yeah, Jason Schwartzman.
I didn't know that.
Rami Youssef.
Okay. And he's Talia Shire's son?
Yes, Francis Ford Coppola's nephew.
Nick Cage's cousin.
Wow. And, of course, Max and Rushmore.
Yeah.
All right, Doug, you've been briefed on the Jason Schwartzman
very exciting
family tree.
Very
People can
exciting.
call in on it. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Can you tell me what the Callier and Thompson backstory is?
Well, Callier and Thompson is a company that started in St. Louis way back in the 1950s. So they got more than 165 years of experience now. They've been rehabbing homes and fixing up kitchens and basements and master bathrooms, anything in your house for a long, long time. And the reason why is because they are a company you can trust. It's kind of hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you. This is a team that cares about the work that they produce. Many of their contractors have been with them for 15, 20 years. They are just the best in St. Louis. If you need a kitchen remodel, a bathroom done, you got to fix up the basement, whatever whatever, Collier & Thompson can do it. They've also got a long, long list of 5-star reviews and testimonials. Why, here's one now from Lauren. Just had Collier & Thompson renovate our kitchen, and they were such a pleasure to work with. From the initial consultation to picking out materials and make suggestions to excellent communication throughout the entire process, they were professional and quick to respond and made the whole experience run smoothly. Feels like a whole new house. Incredibly happy with the results. Well, thank you, Lauren, for the nice comments. And almost everybody who works with Collier & Thompson will have a wonderful comment because the experience there is second to none in St. Louis. Any kind of work you need done in your house, Collier & Thompson is the place to go. They're on Manchester Road in Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Collier & Thompson sponsor the phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox, 314-399-9646. And Michelob Ultra sponsor of the YouTube chat where friends gather to watch the program and talk it over as well. Sharon and Clayton, star of The Real Housewives of TMA, with a scientific reason why I fell asleep early last night. I didn't know. I thought it was just the pills I snorted, but she says maybe the barometric pressure from the storms had something to do with it. I was ready for bed at 8:30 last night and was out by 9.
The pressure got to you.
Barometric.
You like to read books and talk smart things, too.
You can sense the barometric pressure, can you?
I didn't think so. I mean, we didn't get home from the Ristorante until, I don't know, sometime in the 7 o'clock hour. Watched some of the Cardinal game. They're up 7-2. I'm going, okay, these boys got this taken care of. I'll watch Mountainhead with my wife. The boys are at my wife's parents' house. Let's settle in. And the next thing I know, after I do that bump of my pills, is I'm going, holy crap, I'm going to fall asleep. Little did I know it wasn't the pills. It wasn't the film. It was the barometric pressure.
Okay. You hear people say sometimes, boy, I can feel it in my joints. You heard people say that?
The weather, like my trick knee.
I can feel,
I feel like I feel rain coming in my knees.
You can?
I think so.
In your knees, you can feel it's going to rain.
Yeah, like usually like 4 to 6 hours in advance.
Wow.
It's extremely folksy.
That is folksy.
Whimsical, too.
Yeah.
What if the local weather guy just started saying that?
My knee hurts. Here comes the rain.
Well, we've checked. The Doppler and the National Weather Service doesn't agree, but my knees are aching, so it's going to be a soggy evening.
I like that.
Go with it.
And you think the animals can tell?
That's what they always say, right?
Yeah, they can't tell.
They know first.
I think we've just assumed that. They can't tell.
You can get your head out of the sand.
Nobody knows what the weather's really going to do.
I disagree. I seriously disagree. I think the
animals know?
I think they do.
How would they know?
Yeah, like, have you ever seen a gerbil farm?
No.
Watch one before a thunderstorm. They scurry like the dickens.
How would they know? How would they possibly know?
Well,
the birds do know when it's about to get cold, so they fly south.
Okay.
I'll give them that much.
Now
we're getting there.
Red Shandy told me a story. I don't know. He was talking about a fishing story, and all these turtles were coming out of the pond.
See?
And he said they started going towards land, and the next day the lake was up a foot. It had a huge storm, and it was like flooding everywhere. And he said those turtles knew.
How would they know?
Questioning the redhead?
Yeah, I don't question how.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, he was talking about how smart turtles were, and that they knew the heavy rain was coming. I stand with Red. You, my friend, can go against Red Shandy if you'd like to.
Well, I stand with Red, too. I'd just like to know how a turtle in a pond could possibly know it's going to rain.
You agreed on birds bailing when it gets cold, so they know. How do you explain that?
Well, because it gets cold about the same time every year.
So it's coincidence.
So they can feel when they've been in a certain place for about 6 or 8 months, it's time to go.
But animal instinct's a real thing.
True story, especially with surgery on broken bones, you can feel the pressure change. That's from the 314. I don't know. I guess we have, we have many doctors who listen to this program.
Yeah.
Kind of satisfies their intellectual curiosities.
I would think so. And they learn some things, too.
My wife will get a migraine in advance of, like, stormy weather.
What about from listening to the show?
I was going to say.
Yeah, that's known to happen.
Who do you think he is, a turtle?
I looked it up, Doug. Turtles do exhibit a behavioral change when rain's coming.
Thank you.
Cut it out.
They become more active and they forage more.
Forage.
See? It's true. It's a thing.
But you can watch on the radar sometimes when
turtles aren't watching the radar.
But humans can, and sometimes clouds are coming right to us, and boy, we're going to get hit, and then they just kind of go away. And the opposite happens too, where there's nothing, bam, we got a pop-up thunderstorm. How's a turtle going to know all that?
Don't turn to Templeton, turn to the turtles. That's my new slogan.
Yeah.
Sharon undoubtedly had a long day of not working, mahjong, and running her yappy mouth. Get to water aerobics. That's from Arbor Day, not happy with Sharon's presence.
They want her to get to water aerobics.
314-399-9646 is how you can express your distaste of the people hosting the show or the people listening to the show. It's up to you.
Tim, this entire show is a rabbit hole. I'm over here reading a New York Times article from 2004.
What do we have? What are they talking? Oh, about Larry
After
Walker and Jim Tracy.
The Cardinals, Dodgers, NLDS, but it's an interesting snapshot to where the Cardinals were in terms of prestige. And they're talking about the handshake line at the end of the Dodgers-Cards playoff series and said, don't get used to it. It's pretty infrequent.
Yeah.
The last time they could remember any team shaking hands was the end of the 91 playoff series, the closest World Series ever. That would have been, what, Twins and Braves?
The Twins and Braves shook hands after that classic Game 7.
That's what Jim
God, that was a walk-off, too.
That's what Jim Litke is writing here.
Is that Dan Gladden, Doug? Dan Gladden?
Puckett did the Game 6. We'll see it tomorrow night.
So they shook hands after that. That really
That's what this
surprises me.
New York Times article says. And he's recapping the Cards' win over the Dodgers in the playoffs. He said, then again, few teams merit respect the way the Cardinals do.
Wow.
Standing out.
Their opening day payroll of $75 million ranked 11th out of 30 major league teams, but nobody got more professionalism for the buck. Cardinals lineup loaded top to bottom with patient, lethal hitters. Their pitchers contest every inch of the plate. They put out a Gold Glover at almost every position. The guy who calls the shots day to day, Tony La Russa, is a lawyer by training, once known as the thinking man's manager.
Oh, the thinking man's manager. I
Quite
like that.
the rose petals.
They did have
the
an
Cardinals.
incredible team right in that era.
You know, something while I was scrolling through TikTok while using the little Wizards room, I think it was the 8:15 break, and something in my TikTok was, this is the best team to have never won a ring.
Oh,
and
I saw that last
night. And they
night.
showed the lineup. Womack, Walker, Pujols, Roland, Edmonds, Renteria,
Reggie Sanders. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. And
you do see that lineup, and you're just like,
It's crazy. Every single player is hitting like over 300. Roland, Edmonds, and Albert all have over 30 homers. Albert with 46 at that time. It was crazy.
And all those guys were like Gold Glove defenders, too.
Right.
So maybe it was not a coincidence that the Dodgers manager, Jim Tracy, described the rare handshake exchange Sunday night as a professional show of class between two very classy organizations. And, Tim, you said it was Larry Walker's idea. I was thinking Jim Tracy played a role. Tony La Russa wrote back and said Walker suggested it in September.
Oh, you just texted La Russa about this?
Yeah, because this is the kind of stuff I worry about. He said, depending on who the opponent manager would be, Tracy and I are friends. We agreed to that before the series. Ninth inning of Game 4, Tracy nodded yes. So I guess it was understood, like, are we going to do this or not do this? And he said in the ninth inning of Game 4, which would have been at Dodger Stadium, Jim Tracy nodded yes.
There was no handshake following Scott Rowland going yard off Roger Clemens in Game 7 of the NLCS, the manager of the Astros in 2004. Who's got it?
Phil Garner?
Yes.
Larry Durker had already been replaced.
Scrap iron Garner.
Scrap iron, you like that? And I don't believe the Cardinals stuck around to shake hands with the Red Sox. So after, was it Doug Minkiewicz, Doug, had the ball, and then he didn't want to give it back to the Red Sox organization, and they were mad at him?
Something like that.
Does he get invited back to reunions?
It seems like it's a little awkward spot. Regarding the 1991 World Series and that little fun fact, yes, there was a notable handshake between Lonnie Smith, you call them skates, of the Braves, and Brian Harper, we got two former Cardinals, of the Twins before Game 7 of the 91 World Series, but it was before the first pitch, and the handshake before the first pitch was a rare moment of respect and recognition between the players who were also former teammates. It was seen as a significant moment reflecting the intensity and magnitude of that series. Sports News noted that this handshake was a small but huge moment, and the nature of the series seemed to demand such a gesture. That was a great World Series for those who were old enough to remember it. I remember thinking, my God, you know, sometimes you have World Series where they can go 7, but they aren't all great games. That Twins-Braves World Series was outstanding.
It's kind of hard to believe that baseball players shaking hands would even be a big deal at all. I mean, it's a sport where you're not slamming into each other like hockey. You're not fighting each other. A lot of football players shake hands after the game. They walk on the field, shake hands, slap each other on the shoulders. It happens all the time. But in baseball, it's a big deal if they do it.
I never see it. Like, I never, even after World Series, none that I can remember where a team would get onto the field and shake hands. I've never seen that.
But why not?
Oh, I'm with it. They get on the field when like a guy like yells at another player, and then the benches and bullpens clear, starting a whole hullabaloo, but they won't go in for shaking hands.
Fun fact for no one tell: with 69 innings in total, the 1991 World Series shares the record for the longest 7-game World Series in terms of innings. That had been set with the 1924 World Series, which coincidentally featured the Twins' predecessor, the Senators. One of those games was tied due to darkness.
Oh, they didn't have lights yet. Walter Johnson, would he have been pitching in that one in 24?
Big train.
Yeah, that was a classic World Series. 91 World Series, 2011 World Series. Those would be up there, too. The 2016 World Series.
How about Holiday saying no when we brought up the Game 7?
It's 2011 Game 6. And if it would have involved like the Yankees or Mets or Cubs, it would have. But it's just Cardinals and Rangers. But that's just one I can't concede that point, Doug. And I'm with Matt Holliday. No.
In Detroit, they'd say the '68 World Series probably because they came from 3-1 down. And
was it a great series?
Won Game 7. It's when Gibson struck out 17 in the game, and Detroit came from 3 back and won Game 7 here in St. Louis. So for them, depends on what side of the aisle you're on. Yeah, it was a great World Series.
Isn't that
horrible
where Kurt Flood slipped in the outfield?
Right? Jim Northrup's fly ball. Come on, Floody.
I'd say the 2001 NLDS Great Series, Cards losing. Arizona won that series, then went on to win the World Series. But Cardinals lost, but you could still step back and say, great series.
4 of the 7 games in the 91 World Series were decided by 1 run. Oof. And they were walk-offs, too. Fun fact for no one tell. 2 of them walk-offs. All right, let's see. Martin, I know you're headed to onboarding here in 17 minutes, so Little Jackie Papers needs to make sure that dossier features something that Martin is engaged by, and maybe that is this. If any of these were confirmed real, which one would you'd be most afraid of? Ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, or demons?
Oh wow. Gosh, that's your question.
That's segment 9-3 in the Stiefel dossier.
It is. Well, and hold on. And that's still to come. Tim, that's after the text from Bob Wagon saying, slow sports day, huh? Jesus, who cares?
Hey.
Well, now stick around because Jackie's loaded us up.
Yeah, ghost, aliens, Bigfoot, or demons.
How are we defining demons?
Tim, that's
more like a possession thing.
The segment in 9-3 is called Clearing the Deck.
Clearing the deck.
Like the devil? You're saying the devil himself?
That happened to Marlena in Days of Our Lives. That was a tough break.
Right. A possession of any sort of demonic caricature.
Linda Blair, she had it bad and it wasn't good.
Ooh, bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was Pazuzu. So yeah, that would be a demon, whereas like a ghost would be more, a figure that's haunting.
Could be Grandpa.
Sure.
Right.
Aliens or Bigfoot as well.
All right, so all those are included. That's Martin clearing the deck before you have to go onboarding. You can send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh, dreary day like today. Get online. Cheer yourself up. Go to flymitamerica.com. That is the home webpage for St. Louis's newest, greatest airport. And it's been around for a while, but we still think of it as being new. That's right. Mid-America, St. Louis Airport, Muscuda, Illinois. You need to discover this website, flymitamerica.com, because you're going to get online and book a flight to somewhere warm, somewhere fun, whether you're going to Las Vegas, going to Hilton Head, or 7 Florida destinations. They've also added Knoxville. They've added Gulf Shores. That's all in recent months and years where they just keep adding on great places to go. And when you're flying out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport, you get the convenience of parking on that giant lot in front. Less than $10 a day to park. Doug's a big guy about parking. Always complain. Less than $10 a day. Park there, walk in, and you're at the gate within about 15 minutes. Car to gate in about 15 minutes. You just don't hear that anymore in the travel world, so find out what it's like to travel through Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, not far at all from downtown St. Louis, and all these destinations, Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, warm places, fun places. Book your next trip at flymidamerica.com.
The Wilsons.
This counts as a family band?
Sure, the
I guess.
brothers.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Couple
Couple cousins.
They're
They're all family.
Then that Mike Love gets in there and they all start suing each other.
Yeah, you think Mike Love was a problem, Martin?
I don't know. He was in the middle of a lot of lawsuits. That Brian Wilson was the genius, but had a few issues.
And Bare Naked Ladies paid tribute to him with a song.
Lying in bed like Brian Wilson did.
Yeah. Jackson's got a wonderful segment prepared here for what is called 9-3 on the Stiefel dossier. Jackson, why don't you...
Right. So if any of these were confirmed real, which would you be most afraid of? That's, of course, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, or demons. And more demon possession, really.
Like Marlena Brady.
Yeah, precisely.
Deidre Hall, Doug? Am I right?
Yes, Deidre Hall.
She was with the guy with the eye patch?
Patch.
Yeah. Patch.
That was his name.
Oh. And this was on Days of Our
Lives.
Lives?
It's if I were on a soap opera, they'd call me Lopsided Head.
He was called Patch, and he had an eye patch.
How did they get those soap operas to look like that? They look like they're being...
That film feel,
it's
that weird,
it's like I don't know. I can't describe it. It looks way different than anything else, though.
Like videotape as opposed to film.
It's some odd. I don't know. But again, ghosts.
I was able to watch the Adderall work.
Clearing the deck.
It sometimes hangs and then has to catch.
If any of these were confirmed real, so you're saying that they're not.
Well,
which would you
not
be
confirmed.
most afraid of? Ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, demons.
I'll also throw a wrinkle in there.
Doug, how much can we have?
It's a lot to process.
Which do you think is most likely to be real?
Boy, that's nice. I got to tell you now, Mr. Siders does not like the question. He says even Jackson's crappy questions are still crappy. It's demons all day long.
Okay. Well, at least you answered. Demons, I think, is the right answer. But it's my answer for sure.
Aliens, you seen...
I don't know. I feel like that
popping
that's
out of
promising.
Sigourney Weaver's stomach.
Yeah.
What's that, Tim? Scary?
Oh, watch this. Scary.
I see what
Look
you're
at
doing
that.
with your... yeah, okay. So this is, what are we most afraid of?
Doug, you think you get outrun?
And then what's most likely to be real?
What's most likely to be real?
I don't scare easy. I was born standing up and talking back. So I would say probably demons.
Yeah.
Because I think you could probably deal with the other stuff.
Right.
You couldn't deal with a sudden possession.
That's what I'm saying. That's what makes it so scary.
And there's a chance that aliens are on our side.
That's what I'm saying.
Chance.
There's promise with aliens.
In fact, if they're real, they probably are on our side, or we would have been eliminated already.
Ghosts seem to be the most innocent. Like, okay, fine, you're a boo, got me. I think you're fine.
I'm really.
Are you digging in on this?
I'm really working. As far as the part two of the question, which one is most likely to be real? I feel like that's obvious. Am I in agreement?
With aliens?
Yeah.
Yeah, would agree.
I mean, that's just mathematical. But then, is the term alien representing that they are present on Earth versus the question of life in the universe, which again strikes me as a 5-star lock.
Right. Yeah, I would consider life in another universe as alien. So all in one.
Another universe. Now we're adding another universe.
God, there can only be one.
I'm sorry.
universe.
Any galaxy.
Okay.
The one universe.
And now we're limited to the Milky Way.
No. Milky Way. Can't confirm.
Can't confirm what?
That there are or not aliens, but I would bet, I would venture to say that there probably
an
are
intelligent life form somewhere
outside of the Milky Way.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the universe, which is
there
ever
was some
expanding.
intelligent life form between 7 and 11.
Wow. Look at Jackson staring like a broken-hearted lover at Martin.
That's the Adderall.
Which one would I be most afraid of? I think I'm going to go... to me, they're kind of under the same umbrella with ghosts and demons, because then it blows up my world view on what goes on post-death. I, of course, operate on the premise of Tony Soprano, and was it Bobby Bacala, Doug?
I don't know.
In the boat and the end of The Sopranos, that it just goes dark. And then if it's like, oh, God, now I got to hang around here and, like, haunt people in an attic, I'm not really all that interested.
Yeah, that too. Like, if a ghost is doing it just to pass the time.
Right.
That means they're up for hijinks.
Like that guy on the train with Patrick Swayze on the subway.
Right.
That'd be a lot of time to pass, too. Like forever.
Eternity. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Demons, I think.
Although we say, what are you afraid of? If you got possessed, I suppose you wouldn't be afraid of anything.
I'm not worried about I'm getting possessed. Like if one of you came in possessed, my guard would be down because it's like, oh, it's Doug, and next thing you know,
you'd be able to tell. My head is spinning. I'm spitting pea soup.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Like how you're all sleeping on Bigfoot. You think you could handle his ass?
I think he's second most likely to be real.
Okay, so there's a guy in a gorilla costume.
This conversation set humanity back 500 years. That's from Marcia's collage program.
I will not take any complaints unless you give an answer. You have to give an answer, then you can submit a complaint.
Okay.
That's the rules here.
And by the way, don't blame Jackson. Blame
For what?
analytics in baseball for this discussion. Because the alternative is to talk about the BIP, batting average of balls in play. That's why the Cardinals lost, because the BIP. So we're down to this. Ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, demons. Is Sasquatch a close relative of Bigfoot, or is it just depends where you live in the
Bigfoot is a Sasquatch.
Okay. So he's the best of the Squatches?
You can
top Squatch.
There's a lot of crackpots out there. You can find some pretty good stuff on Bigfoot, and if you watch carefully enough, you could think it's real.
Oh, come on! It's a guy in a costume. That's all that it is.
That gate didn't seem very.
And how
human.
could there be one Bigfoot?
Fair
Sooner or later,
question.
he
It's a
would
fair
die, and
question.
then you'd have no Bigfoots, big feet.
Right.
You can't just have one.
Jackson's really thinking.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation.
This has got to be one of the dumber segments you've drummed up. That's from Wedding Tackle. Not happy, Martin, with what's called clearing the deck in the Stiefel dossier. I'm pro clearing the deck.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Aliens, I don't know if you'd be necessarily afraid of. You hope that it's
you'd be terrified of whether they would, treat you well or not. That's a different conversation. But how could you not see one and not be terrified?
Yeah. Depends if they're carbon-based.
This has been brought to my attention. Doug, there is a thread on the TMA fan page. I know you don't get a chance to.
Not as much as I should.
Jackson is awful 90% of the time.
Oh,
that's it.
That's
a thread?
That's a thread.
Oh, man.
It's not fair or nice.
Well, Iggy, I know he left the TMA fan page, and then he was back on the TMA fan page. And since we really haven't added anybody to the TMA fan page in a long time, I said in the commercial break to Jackson, did you add Iggy on the fan page? And the answer was yes. But that's because Iggy reached out?
Yeah, for whatever reason, he wasn't on there at the time, and so he just texted me, hey, can you throw me on there? Of course.
But Iggy is not, of course, responsible for this thread.
I never go on the fan page, but I guess I'll look. Oof. I might be emotionally wrecked.
It's paradoxically named.
Oh, God,
Jackson
it has 69 comments?
No, but they're good. They're good.
Jackson
comments.
is awful 90% of the time. That's it. 90% of the time. The other 10%, I'd be curious.
Oh, people are on my side.
Yeah,
that?
It was very in favor of you.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right,
Never
you're
mind.
back.
Emotionally
You're
back at it, baby. Here we
This
go.
guy, he had, I think like somebody commented that like 60% of this guy's posts on the fan page were related to you. So it's just,
it's obsessive?
Well, I am a polarizing guy. I have a magnetic force about me.
Well, Mario in Chicago said, it's not interesting, guys. Please clear the deck next. Pull the plug so we can listen to some blank air over the next hour.
Wow, Papers. Clearing the deck does not receive the approval of Mario and Charlotte, who got sideways with caller Janet over the city of Charlotte.
Oh, you can't please everybody.
Okay.
I just thought I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, what do you think is more likely? And then
You thought of it, you're just sitting around? Okay.
Yeah, and then
Fair
I
enough.
tried to throw in the dossier.
Yeah.
If I had something
Stiefel
better,
dossier.
I would have put it in there, but I didn't. Best I can do.
Well, where the aliens are concerned, there is one story from where, and there was a U.S. military official claimed that in 1967 in Montana, aliens shut down a nuclear missile site, fearing either that the humans were going to kill each other or shoot it at them, and that they were somehow able to disable a nuclear site in Montana.
Wow.
At Malmstrom Air Force Base.
So they might be on our side.
Could be that they're so smart they're saying, well, you don't want to do this, and shut it down.
But then
or we're afraid they were going to be shot at them.
Well, yeah, or the question is, what are they keeping us alive for? You know, maybe they have greater plans. This is good stuff.
He is happy with clearing the deck.
I just assumed it'd be Martin on his way out reading that, and then I would get ripped. But this has led to a wonderful conversation.
It sure really broke it down.
Sure has.
What's your answer, Sweet Prince?
Most afraid of demons, most likely aliens.
We're operating on just extraterrestrial beings.
Intelligent life not on Earth. That is what I would say is most
I feel like
likely.
over like the last quarter century, the vast majority of the population just kind of accepts that is just with the magnitude.
Right.
That's highly likely, whether or not there's been interaction.
Yeah, I think
is the debated part. Right. Then you ask what's the scarier. Doug, watch this with my hand.
I see with your hands there.
Jackson is a gem.
Ghosts and demons.
Thank you.
Stop giving him fan page guff, you jerks.
No, it seems like the fan page.
Look at that. The fan page taking heat.
Shooter McGavin.
Doug, there are how many people in the queue wanting to join the TMA fan page?
1 million.
I don't think it's 1 million, but I think it might be in the thousands.
Yeah, it's probably right around there.
Yeah.
Trying our best.
Okay, and how are you trying your best?
By almost never being on it.
It's the TMA fan page on Facebook. And answer the questions.
Yeah,
that's the key. It's kind of a bot filter.
Yeah, it's the best. It's best we got. You know, there was the time where I did FaceTime a lady who was trying to get on to the fan page because we were dubious. But she passed with flying colors.
And it was an older lady who just wanted to be on the fan page?
Huge fan of the program. I was at
still suspicious of that.
I was at this wedding and
odd.
You're at a wedding and you FaceTime an older lady who wants to get on a Facebook page?
I was at this wedding on Friday. Woman, young child, in her 30s, comes up to me and is like, "Love the show." I started asking me questions. Was asking me to identify people like Oatmeal and Herb and Frog Dad, and I did.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
A possible real housewife of TMA.
Ooh.
Yeah, she seems to love the program.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
The only reason people believe there's aliens now because all the stupid movies they've made. It's a Hollywood thing. There are no aliens.
I think it's more of a math thing.
We don't know that.
The universe is infinite, so the idea that we would be like the coincidence of intelligent life, like the one time in a expansive
and there are multiple
universe.
U.S. military members reporting seeing things, pilots, even commercial pilots reporting seeing things that they couldn't identify.
Mm-hmm. I don't think movies have anything to do with it. They made a lot of demon movies, too.
I think Jackson's conversation's wonderful. The obvious answer is a ghost if they can cause physical harm because you can't harm them back. That's from the Pope, and he can really roll the rock.
Now, that's an interesting point.
See?
Because if they
That's why clearing the deck might have been the lead today.
Like if a ghost can wield a knife, but if there's no matter there, how are they going to do that?
Yeah, Doug, how do we counteract this ghost attack?
If it's just like a ghost, like opening and closing door, as Martin said, boo, we can get right around
I wouldn't
that.
worry about the ghost.
Yeah.
In fact, some people pay to stay in haunted hotels and things, just hoping to see one.
Yeah.
The Cardinals with Martin, is it the Pfister in
Pfister in Milwaukee, said to be haunted.
Have you stayed there?
I have stayed there. I didn't hear any ghosts.
You didn't notice anything?
Might have been passed out, but yeah, I don't remember any. I don't know why they don't have a lot of options there.
Really?
Pfister's a large hotel, old school.
It's not a huge downtown. I was there.
Not a huge downtown. Clean, nice.
Very
the
nice.
River area is great.
Super cool.
If you don't believe in aliens, you either live in Jefferson County or wear needlepoint belts. There's no in between. That's from Stephen. People who wear needlepoint belts don't believe in aliens?
I think he was just pointing out that there's no in between. So you have like Jeffco, Ladue. They're saying there is no in between. What?
Almost the whole world is in between Jeffco and Ladue.
Think about that.
If it's a bell curve, most of us are living in the middle of the bell.
We are, for sure.
Think about that.
I didn't mean to stump you with that. You're looking at the heavens.
Wore off.
These are the segments when Rich Gould. All right, I'm going to head out. I'm like, wait, we're in the middle of a conference. Yeah, you go ahead and finish it from here.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. This is driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Stanley Cup Final action tonight. Tomorrow night, you'll get the NBA Finals Game 1 with Thunder and Pacers. That pregame is going to start at 6:30. Tip-off at 7:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That's tomorrow, tonight, Stanley Cup Game 1. Those are our Sports Center updates driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
1995, I'll say 96, because I know it's not 94, and on the off chance it's 97. That way it gets me 95, 96, and 97. Oasis, Wonderwall, Doug.
Okay.
That would be 19 and 95. And they're back together, right?
They're touring.
Yeah.
Would you go see them?
No.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I really dislike this song, actually.
But what about their other?
I don't know much of their other songs. This one just really, I'm not a fan of.
Champagne Supernova?
I'll check it out. I'm open to being an Oasis fan, but just not right now.
So Sally Can Wait.
Listen, I'll get into it. I'll try it out.
Don't look back in anger.
Okay.
You're a Phantom?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably more nostalgia, though, than,
right.
You know, I'm at the University of Missouri, involuntarily celibate. I'm in the journalism school, so I'm like getting ready to make a bunch of money.
Right.
Mm-hmm. More offers than you can possibly field. Big markets. Which coast do you want to work on?
Yeah, I mean, I had Binghamton and Medford, Oregon knocking on my door. You know, I hope that doesn't come off as unrelatable. You know, and every single offer either starting with a 1 or a 2.
I would love to have had an offer that started with a 1 or a 2. Mine started with a 9, $9,600.
Doug and I are hosting a Scared Straight program for those of you with children considering majoring in journalism or communications. Oasis sucks. It's from the 636. Of course, Gen Z Libby Jack doesn't know anything about Oasis. That's Eric in the Central West End.
I know that song. I shouldn't say I don't like Oasis. I just don't like that song.
Yeah.
So Doug, if 9,600, so you're.
He's laughing at your income. Look at this guy. Look at this guy over
Rochester,
there.
Minnesota.
Look at this guy.
So that means your check every 2 weeks. This is before tax was $370.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What was rent?
Did you get bottle service?
Rent was like 100.
Okay. Okay. Well then.
And somehow I was happy.
Well, yeah. If you're making, that would be for a month. You know.
And this was also the early 80s, so you know you could still get gas for 50 cents a gallon. And
yeah, you're making $600 more than your rent. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I was living high, very high on the hog, indeed.
Well, John Scorer's not happy with Jackson, which I guess is a theme. But you just read the thread on the TMA fan page, and you came away feeling better about life.
People are cool. That's very nice of nice of people.
How about that?
I didn't see it until just this morning, but it's very kind of people stepping to my aid.
How about that?
Yeah, it's really nice.
But John Scorer says Pale could announce the teams that were playing in the NBA Finals, but couldn't remember the teams playing in the Stanley Cup Finals. That's John Scores, who says Larry Nickel is an employee.
Oh, Oilers, Panthers.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Edmonton, North Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
He's now going to name the cities and where they're located on a map.
Is it technically Sunrise or Hollywood?
Sunrise.
Sunrise, okay. Just outside of Fort Lauderdale.
Broward County.
La-di-da.
954.
Doug, Jackson, and I cannot reveal our picks because we are doing the spread zone with Riz and Anthony Stalter coming up at 11 o'clock. And then, Jackson, I think we might be doing a QFTA on the TMA YouTube channel. Send your questions in, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, or comments, hate mail, erotic stories, anything works. But if you had to put down $100
if I did,
on the Oilers or the Panthers, what you got?
I'll put it on the Oilers.
You think it's the Oilers' time? You think it's Canada's time?
They looked awfully good against Dallas. Awfully good. And clearly the two best teams are in. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Nothing fluky about the way they got in. But I think it'll be Edmonton's time.
Edmonton minus 120 tonight. Total goals 6.5 for those of you interested in wagering. And then with the NBA Finals, boy, what a big number that is. OKC minus 700 to win the series.
Huge. I don't want to give away some of the research I've done for the spread zone, but I'll give you this quick little stat, Tim. The Thunder have been massive favorites in all their series, minus 3,000, minus 750, minus 350, and minus 700, respectively. Only 5 times prior this year has a team been favored at minus 300 or longer in each of their 4 series, including the NBA Finals. That would be the 2020 Lakers, 2017 Warriors, 2000 Lakers, 97 Bulls, and 96 Bulls, all 5 of them champions.
And they were all as big of or bigger favorites.
In every series they played in.
Okay.
Yep. So there's some precedent here.
So I should bet the bankroll on OKC?
I mean, the numbers.
You should bet 3,500 to win 500. That's what you're telling me. I mean, that's what you're telling me. I want to let you know what you're telling me. Now you know what you're telling me. What you're going to tell me.
I think it's more likely that you would make money doing that than betting less money on the Pacers to make a upset.
Okay. I follow what you're saying, even though if I were to diagram the sentence, I'd be up all night. But I follow what you're saying, that you like the play of laying 3,500 to win 500 more than saying win 500 to win 3,500.
Right. Yes. I think you're much more likely to win money on the former than the latter.
Which, of course, would stand to reason, considering it's 7-1.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
I didn't know that it was viewed that big of a chasm between the two.
Thunder are really, really, really good.
And they're set up to be good for a handful of years now, right?
Yeah, I mean, they'll run into some payroll issues and second apron luxury tax stuff, but for the foreseeable future, they're really good.
It's Florida's Cup for sure. McDavid cries his way to best player to never win a championship across all sports. That's from salty, bald dad from Caseyville.
It was a salty take. The NBA and NHL, they get together, right, to make sure their games aren't on the same night?
Yes. Well, yeah, and they're usually on the same networks. As of right now, TNT, ESPN, it'll be different.
Yes, the basketball's on ABC, though, right?
Which is an ESPN Disney
vehicle.
Right.
Yeah.
That is correct, though, to answer your question. They make sure that they don't overlap. Kind of surprised, though, that UFL Championship's on the same day as the U.S. Open final round.
Yeah. Boy.
You're going to have to change the golf.
What will people be watching?
Pacers are plus 2.5 for the series at plus coin still. That's from the 3 and 4. Do you like the term plus coin?
No, stop that. Plus coin. No.
In other words, the expectation is that at a minimum, the Thunder win this thing in a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah. If I had to, if it was like a bet, if I had to bet the number of games, it'd be 5. Thunder and 5.
You don't give the Pacers any hope at all.
I give them 1, gentleman's sweep. They win 1 at home. Because the Gamebridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis is an awesome venue to watch basketball. It's really cool. And it gets loud.
Talking NBA Finals. Jeez, let's just watch Hancock play Festus in high school ball. That's from the Big Show.
I wouldn't mind that.
No, how about instead you go cry?
Yeah.
What was that right there?
You can go cry. If you don't like it, you can go cry.
You withstood the barrage earlier in the program, and now you lost it right there.
But I'm being polite, kind about
You're
it.
pretty much fed up.
Feel free to go cry. That's what I would say.
Oasis is popular with the pumpkin spice latte uniforms in Swing Haven. That's from Doug's prison wallet. So there are people that are wearing pumpkin spice latte uniforms
in
pumpkin
Swing Haven.
What is a pumpkin spice latte uniform?
Some fall.
So you know
wear.
the answer,
like that hat that I have.
Yeah, it's usually like Future Wears or Cam Newton, like the certain hat. Usually a vest with a long sleeve shirt.
Knee high. Are we talking females too?
Yeah.
Knee high boots.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a pumpkin spice latte uniform.
It's like what you wear
in the pumpkin patch.
Yeah, or to an orchard.
And they listen to Oasis? They listen to the Gallagher brothers? I didn't know any of this.
I could see that being in the playlist. Yeah. I could see that absolutely being in the playlist. But they're really popular, so I don't think it could just be to one demographic.
And you have to dress a certain way to listen to the song?
No. Although it probably could
help.
Did Limmy Jack cry when he heard the Chicago Sky were retiring Candace Parker's number? Why would you weep?
I don't know. All-time great, though.
It's emotional.
Volunteer legend, Candace Parker. One of the best of all time.
I will cry, Jackson. The NBA sucks. In a city of no NBA, nobody cares. That's from the Big Show.
That's wrong, but it's okay. It's really popular. Like, super popular.
Oh.
But
we have no team.
Currently, yeah.
Currently and probably forever.
Although we're kind of in the exact perfect middle ground between Indianapolis and Oklahoma City.
What'll get better local ratings, the Stanley Cup Finals or the NBA Finals?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Because you have a huge local connection for both teams with the NHL Stanley Cup Finals.
If St. Louis were to have a team, what would it be? Would it be the Pacers because they're on TV here, or Memphis because they're closer?
They're both on TV here, both Memphis.
All Memphis games are on here?
I believe FanDuel Midwest covers both Memphis and Indiana. That's what it was at least a couple of years ago. Memphis seems, because of the Redbirds, I feel like we have a connection to Memphis more so than Indianapolis.
Huh.
That's just my assessment.
How could Memphis have a team and we don't?
Almost had that team, Doug.
I know. Yeah. They were the Vancouver Grizzlies.
That's right.
So we would have had Ja.
Yeah, we also had Tony Allen.
DJ Patty Cake says NBA viewership's on a steady decline.
Incorrect. It's actually, playoff numbers are up from last year. I know everyone made a big stink about when early season numbers were down, but then when they rebounded in a major way, it didn't get talked about, nor did the NHL's numbers and Nationals dropping. But, narratives and such.
Wow, this guy, he's got a little tinge of sarcasm.
He's
got a little tinge of sarcasm, this guy.
Mm-hmm. If you can send me something recent in the last couple weeks of any reports that NBA viewership is declining in any way, please send it on in. If you cannot, I will assume you've conceded.
It would be easy to find, right? Just one
it'd
quick
be super easy.
DJ Patty Cakes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson is asking for you to send him
some receipts. Yeah. Where are you getting that information?
It's the tone of your voice. It's a little snippy.
Yeah, that's right. Well, an onslaught of
NBA shaming.
Yeah. Hurts.
Well, let's try to get through this.
John Morant's a head case, and he's bad for the league. The Grizz should trade him. That's from Eric in the Central.
No surprise.
All right, Doug, they're not happy, and it's great.
Fine.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, still there. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Also proud to partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and our future with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. So it's no wonder they have decided to partner with a wonderful winning program like this one right here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, the Gibb brothers.
Oh, that's right.
You hung out with one of them on the back of a boat in Miami in
Andy Gibb,
1981?
No, it wasn't 81. It'd been more like 85 or 86, something in there. I don't know the
It was snowing that day on the back of the boat, even though it was Miami.
I didn't see any of that, no.
And kind of wink at me when you say it.
No, I didn't see any of that, no.
Jackson DJ Patty Cakes and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat challenged you, and you challenged him and said, provide me with some data points to prove that the NBA numbers are down. DJ Patty Cakes has responded with data points. During the 2024-2025 regular season, the average viewership on ABC, ESPN, and TNT was 1.53 million viewers, a 2% decrease from the previous year. ESPN experienced a significant drop, with viewership down 28% through November. TNT also saw a decline, albeit smaller, of 3% through the same period. According to Front Office Sports, games on ABC, ESPN, and TNT averaged 1.53 million viewers, just shy of last season's 1.56 million. Early in the season, viewership had plunged by around 20%. But a strong rebound during the holidays and late-season matchups helped narrow the gap. That's DJ Patty Cakes. He says, I don't care. I'm just bringing my spoon out. I am new to the NBA, so they gained at least one new viewer this year. LOL.
That's nice. Yeah, the 2% dip over the season is correct. I would also show you that the NFL experienced a 2% dip in 2024 from their season prior.
But with all due respect, you asked him to
but I have
provide
for sure, the playoffs are doing way better. The opening series round was the most watched in 25 years for ESPN, most in 8 for TNT. Still seeing a 3% increase as of the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. And obviously the finals won't be out, but the 8 games in the opening round averaged 4.4 million viewers. That's up 13% from last year. So I will absolutely agree with you that the regular season there was a dip that is in line with a dip across sports. The NFL saw a 2% dip. NHL saw a 13% dip on national games. But in the playoffs, they have seen ratings surge.
Okay.
And I can provide you with multiple sources on that.
If you like the multiple sources.
Run off of sports.
Probably helped them a lot that the Knicks were in it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And it's the second most popular sport in America.
Won't help them much that the final is Indiana and Oklahoma City.
We'll see.
What are the rankings of the popularity of sports, and what are you using to quantify that?
Just average viewers.
Average viewers on television.
Yes.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, NFL, NBA, I guess Major League Baseball would be 3, and then NHL 4. Yeah. Believe you would see that cry. I'm sure that there would be spikes in Major League Baseball that might match, if not outgain the NBA, but not enough volume-wise.
You know what? Viewership's up. MLB. Man Rocket.
It is. Absolutely. I believe I sent that as a link possibly
That was a link.
Yeah.
And a lot of that gets down to market size. You look at who are the best teams. The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Cubs are good. The Phillies are good.
Yeah.
It's the biggest markets in America have really good teams, and that makes a difference.
Yep. Fox up 10%. ESPN's hitting 7-year high, although they're just getting rid of their MLB covers, I think, next year or 2 years. But yeah, Major League Baseball is seeing an increase in viewership, which is great.
Well, I don't know if viewership here is up in St. Louis.
I'd be curious to see those numbers.
And I wonder how much what's on Netflix, how that affects the local and national sports. Because so many people just kind of make a habit now of what's on Netflix.
Oh, I think sports in general are feeling just the increased amount of options of entertainment.
Yeah,
Not just Netflix, but like scrolling TikTok for an hour on your phone.
The numbers, Fox up 10% compared to last year. ESPN is up 22%. And it's the highest baseball audience it's had since 2017. So those are the numbers regarding baseball.
Yeah, and they're doing well in Japan, too. I saw ratings way up in Japan with the Ohtani effect.
Yeah.
But I do think the fact that the huge markets have by far the best teams, that's got to really help their TV ratings.
Right. Well, especially these are national games. These are being broadcast on Fox and ESPN, so you would think the bigger markets, like the Dodgers especially.
No, and New York's got 2 good teams.
Yeah, for sure. That makes a huge difference.
And in many ways, that's why they're the best teams, because they are the bigger markets.
But then you look at the NBA. I mean, the Final Four did not have no LeBron, no KD, no Steph, no Luka, some of the Tatum.
But they don't have the disparity in team revenue that baseball has.
Sure. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's how a team like Kansas City can be a dominant NFL
I'm just
team.
talking about like star power-wise. Yes, you have the Knicks, but you don't necessarily have a stalwart of the playoffs like you used to have.
Yeah. Okay, that's something else we figured out. Okay.
You're still not happy with it, Tim?
You're not happy with it?
No, I'm laughing it up over here.
Little Jackie Papers. Jackson and I are going to be doing QFTA probably around 11:45. We got Spread Zone at 11 o'clock. Then we'll do QFTA on the TMA YouTube channel at 11:45. That's the Tim McKernan Show podcast coming your way. Spread Zone at 11 o'clock. That'll be up on 101 ESPN's YouTube channel and 105.7 The Point with me, Jackson, Anthony Stalter, and Riz of The Riz Show. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You want to email in a question, comment, or erotic story for QFTA, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. This program is called TMA, and it's presented by Bryant Group on 101 ESPN. CCR.
Mm-hmm. And they're brothers?
Mm-hmm.
All of them or just a couple?
John and Tom.
Okay.
And anytime you can play some CCR, I think it's worth it.
That's Jackson's music theme for today. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45, 10:50. From The Athletic, they are looking at the players and teams whose next month could shape the MLB trade deadline, and the Cardinals are listed, Doug, and Ryan Helsley is the reason they are listed. Helsley has been an obvious trade candidate since opening day. He's an all-star closer approaching free agency. The Cardinals came into the season openly in rebuild mode. The last thing a rebuilding team needs is a walk-year closer. But the Cardinals are winning, and their run differential, the 9th best in the majors, suggests it is not a fluke. So now what? Helsley hasn't been nearly as good as last year, but every contender would love to have Helsley's 99-mile-an-hour fastball in their bullpen. The contender that needs him the most just might be the Cardinals. Oh. Why, that was a breaking ball.
Sure was. I was waiting for Yankees. I don't think the Cardinals have any closer to step up and take his place. They don't have anybody even close, do they?
Why do you hate Phil Maton?
Well, I don't hate anybody. I'm just saying they don't have anybody that's at Helsley's level. Leahy was for a while, but doesn't seem to be anymore.
Have faith in John King.
Jackson loves John King.
He shouldn't have lobbed the ball. He lobbed the ball to first base. That's a mistake. It's always a mistake.
His Majesty, though. Faith in the crown.
This guy loves John King.
Yeah.
What is it
And
about
I'm not
John
sure
King?
what the deal with it is. It's been, to his credit, he's been consistent with his love of John King, but I've never really gotten a good read on it.
He's just crafty, man. He just goes out. He's a gamer. I want more John King out there.
Because he's crafty? Do you want your closer to be crafty or just throwing the ball 100 miles an hour?
Probably the latter.
Just whatever it takes to get him out.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
King has an ERA of 3.54.
He got hit hard a couple of times, but he's looked better.
Trade Helsley, for the love of God. It's from Big Tuft. Tank Hentz would be a good closer in a few years. That's from the Warren County Wizards.
Could be.
Yeah. You're still waiting on that one.
Well, a few years. It's about time for him to come up. He's been around now for 2-3 years, right?
Got hurt earlier in the year. That was one of the core issues. Call James right now. Somebody in the office is going to pick up live in the St. Louis area, and there's a good chance they're going to be able to save you money. They're always looking for ways to save their customers money. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action this evening with a 6:45 first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you got the Allman Brothers to finish off Jackson's music theme of family bands.
It's been quite a theme.
Pretty fun theme.
Mm-hmm. You could do this for a few days.
Yeah, I didn't know. There's some that I had no idea were family bands. Do you guys know AC/DC is a family band?
I did not.
I mean, they're brothers, but it's news to me.
Okay.
I thought there was going to be more there, so I gave it to you.
Yeah.
And then all I got was news to me.
You gave him a runway.
I'm kind of like a Larry King column come to life, you know, one quick point.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Hey, Tim is great. I know it. You know it. Is it the salt and pepper beard? Yes? My salt and pepper, how much can you see of my salt amidst my pepper?
I don't see a
I think
lot
it's the
of salt.
perfect amount.
Oh, stop it.
Look at him. Perfectly seasoned beard.
Ooh, I like that. Perfectly seasoned.
Yeah.
Is it the calves? Yes. Is it that awe-inspiring voice that makes you feel safe, like you're in an impregnable fortress? Yes. From 7 to 11 every day, I have at least 2 to 3 eargasms. I mean, come on already. The only question is, where do we place the statue? The only place fitting is on top of the arch so that Tim can shine down on us all. Peace and love. That's from Don PP.
I didn't care for it.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Don
very good.
PP.
Very good.
Not good.
Doug, animals know, Doug. How else did Noah get all the animals onto the ark? They knew. That's from Mailman Rob.
Mailman Rob.
Does it make us an item when my tongue swirls around that part of your inner thigh that gets chafed after waddling around Six Flags for hours while the scary drop of log flume causes that prairie dog to peek out of your umbros?
No.
I could tell he was struggling as I kicked open the stall door in the men's room next to the Screaming Eagle, where he could barely flip the page of the Wall Street Journal that he was studying intently, like a Girl Next Door application circa 2010.
Do you think anyone's ever read the Wall Street Journal at Six Flags?
Boy, I got to tell you, that might be clearing the deck tomorrow.
Like, bring it to there with the sole intent of reading it in the bathroom?
Probably not. Probably
Look
never.
at the NASDAQ.
Right.
His hands were trembling, but once I freed his tushy from the clutches of the Sibian that Six Flags recently installed for the Double Diamond members, along with the 64-ounce diet soda pop, Zane was able to commence. Doug, I got him.
Still the same sentence.
It is. I was like Mad Dog when he was in the middle of a take and he runs out of air.
You gotta stop and breathe.
Right. That's from Bill Gapes.
Bill Gapes with a poor email. In a good one.
Hey, cutie, this is a pick-me-up message to perk up that fella who looks like Austin Butler in Dune.
Nice.
Compliment intended.
Never mind.
Keep on doing you, Jackson. The people who have a brain are fully supportive of you. It sucks, though, for you. The majority of your audience are brainless, so your ongoing battle looks to forever be uphill. Remember, in a sea full of hockey Hoosiers, you are an NBA vessel. Keep on sailing and seen. That's from the Sexy Robot.
Oh,
Sexy Robot.
My fellow Americans, today we gather to honor a true hero, Jackson Burkett, a sweet boy who works hard, likes what he likes, and never stops trying. Sure, 90% of his efforts may resemble a glorious train wreck, but in that 10% lies the heart that unites us all. Jackson is the glue of our community, the beacon of chaotic hope. Because of him, we are stronger. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. And so let it be known that from this day forward, June 4th shall forever be celebrated as Jackson Burkett Day.
Ooh.
Because he's just a sweet boy who works hard and likes what he likes. Is that so wrong? Thank you, Jackson, for being the hero we didn't know we needed. And KG, you are there too, which is nice. That comes from Nancy Reagan.
I'll be darned. Nancy Reagan.
I joined the likes of International Corgi Day, National Christian T-Shirt Day, and National Cheese Day.
Oh, there it is, June 4th.
Okay, I did not know that.
And finally, just noticed I got booted from the fan page again. I guess calling Jackson, quote, a finance bro wannabe with Wi-Fi anxiety was too much for your precious little fan page leadership council. Meanwhile, Swope gets to drop a 38-minute solo cross-examination of Tucker's identity where he debates himself into being wrong, and he's celebrated like a folk hero. Calvin May reposts a VHS transcript from 1997 where Dimitri Young maybe calls him a, quote, top-tier acquaintance, and that gets 5 likes and a praying hands emoji. Make it make sense! Oh. Now I'm stuck in a YouTube chat arguing with a guy named Dogs and Kisses, 590, who types exclusively in lowercase and thinks the show hit its climax when you interview Higgy's teenage buddy in Miami twice a week.
Great era.
And Gangster Pete cried after DeSmet lost to MICDS in nude power walking. I'm done, dude. Either let me in or don't. I don't care. I don't care.
No.
I'm out of here. Jackson, I just reset my request. Don't make me email Hubbard. Whatever. Legends don't need platforms. They build them. I'll be over at my new fan page with Rick from Fenton. He said he can make a logo. Seriously, guys, can someone check on my request? Thanks. That's from Beef Mayo Actual 96 from Kevin's Hotmail.
What? Beef Mayo Actual 976?
No, just 96.
96 Hotmail?
Yeah.
What in the hell?
Maybe the year they got their email.
So we have Doug for the
I was going to vote for him, but I hate his name. The name, I've got to vote for him. He's the only decent one there.
Yeah.
Beef Mayo.
When Doug's and Kisses 590 came out, I lost it. Beef Mayo.
Beef Mayo.
Beef Mayo has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, just let the guy back into the fan page.
No doubt. It was a great email batch. A lot of support of me. It's big. Big shout out to Sexy Robot.
Yeah, you got the Sexy
That's
Robot endorsement.
That's a legend.
Jackson and I are going to go down the hallway, and we're going to do the Spread Zone. Then we're going to go back down a different hallway, and then we're going to do the Tim McKernan Show podcast.
Okay.
The Spread Zone will be posted on 101 ESPN with Jackson, Riz, Anthony Stalter, and myself. We're looking at the Stanley Cup Final getting underway this evening, the NBA Finals. I'm going to follow this Jackie Papers lead. This guy went, 14-2 in the NCAA tournament?
I got a couple plays for tonight.
Oh, wow.
For tomorrow night especially.
All right, and then Doug, we've got ponies this weekend as well. And then we'll do QFTA, Tim McKernan Show podcast. You can email on anything. Hate mail's welcome, too. I think I'm actually giving out $1,000 for somebody to use their real name, like the lady who was very kind in attacking me in the show at the school picnic this past Friday. And I said, I really have enjoyed this discussion. We talked for an hour. So you can do that, too. And then you get like $1,000. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. But you got to upset me. And I don't know if that's where we kind of get into a...
This lady upset you, did she?
No, I enjoyed her. I told her what a delight. Okay. So anyway, that's we got 2 more shows, Papers, and we just keep going.
Love it.
Spread Zone, Tim McKernan Show coming up. BK and Ferrario next on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I am Tim McKernan, and this has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.